Test, test, test. All right, now you should be able to hear me. And if I sound good, hit that number 1. If I sound okay and you can hear me. So you should be able to hear me. But it's more a question of, do I sound okay? Oh, man, I got to tell you, I was very nervous. I'm like, is this week off? Am I going to come back and there's going to be like nobody here? But I'm already seeing the names that I recognize. We got Jeff, Trader Revolution, Frank, Bruce, Dionys, Apple Cider, or not, excuse me, Apple Trader. Well, very good. Well, it is good to be back. We'll see if I remember how to do this the right way. Thanks, Daniel. Saucy Gabe. Appreciate it. And I'm curious what the data will look like today. Will I have lost a bunch of viewers or not? I guess we'll see how things continue to play out. Because from my understanding, the live stream game is pretty savage. If you disappear for too long, people just move on. So I guess today will be a good test of that to see if viewers are way down or not. But because we were on a good streak, consistently growing all that good stuff. But yeah, I guess if we do lose some, then back to the grindstone and have to put on the hard hat and try to keep things growing. Hey, Fairchild, thank you. Appreciate it. Good to see you. And yeah, today kind of one of those knock the rust off my boots type of day. No, I don't think that's how the saying goes. Knock the rust off. I don't know. What are you supposed to knock? I'm just trying to knock the rust off of things. So I did do some minor trading last week, but you'd probably be able to make a very valid argument that it was not wise on my part to do so because the internet was quite sketchy that I was on. One of those things where you'd click an order and then it'd be like a second, and it wasn't TradeOvate's fault or anything like that, but you'd click an order and then like a second and a half later the order would show up. So I didn't roast any accounts last week or anything, which was good on the internet that I was on. But yeah, I would say that a more than valid critique. Like, Clay, that doesn't sound like the type of environment that you should have been trading with. Probably. Hey, Labradabber, good to see you. Yes, but I did overall have a good vacation. Is the max number of trades per trading day 25? No. I don't. Where did you read that? That gave you the impression that there's 25. You can, as far as I'm aware, you have unlimited day trades every day with Take Profit Trader. I mean, that is the nice thing about futures in and of itself is there's no pattern day trading rule. I suppose in theory that could be wrong, but I am not aware of any sort of limits on the amount of. Now there is a limit on the position size, right? Depending on your account. So if you're going with the 50K purchasing power, there is a limit on how many contracts you could have per trade. Now, as far as trades, you can make as many trades as you want, but within the single trade, you could have up to this, the 60 micros or 6. Like NQ contracts, for example. So you could start at 1 and go all the way up to 6, and then that quote unquote trade would be capped out. But you can, after you sell all 6, then you could start over again. And as far as trades, just from personal experience, I've done more than 25. Yeah, good. Hey, Nas, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, well, the rules, I mean, when you look at the rules in your dashboard and Take Profit Trader, there's nothing that I've ever seen that says, one of the rules being don't go over 25 trades in a day. All right, well, hey, Jeff, good to see you. Or I guess, I don't know, you look, I'm not sure if I know the name or not, but you were in Merritt Island. I was reading through the TPT now. Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong, Jeff, but I'm thinking maybe you misread something, or to be fair to you, maybe it wasn't worded the right way. But yeah, I'm not aware of that being a problem. Hey, as a reminder, hit that like button if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy. If you've never been here before, welcome. It's great to have you. No need to hit the like button. I totally understand. You have no idea if you're going to enjoy. But if you have been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, hit that like button. All right, well, we are approaching a pretty interesting level. This white line on my platform is the high of the day. So the price can never get above the white line because the white line will just keep moving upwards because that is the high. So right now, potentially, are we looking at maybe some kind of double top, looking for a breakout. Not quite sure, but I am interested in that white line just simply because that is the high of the day. Last time the price got up here, you can see it stalled out before rolling back over. Of course, that does not mean that it's going to happen again, but we'll see how it wants to behave up around there as we kind of just shoot the breeze, catch up. I've missed everybody, so if you're just getting logged on, I did not disappear. I try to keep people updated, let people know that I would be back because I had this scheduled for like the past, I don't know, week and a half. But as always, still had some people say, where have you been? It's like, okay, well, at some point there's only so much you can do to let people know. But been a lurker a long time. Glad to see more live. Oh, cool, Jeff. Yeah. Normally I live stream at 11 a.m. Eastern every day, but last week I was on vacation with my family. Hickley, I entered long with a stop. All right, David Stewart kicking things off with our first trade plan of the live stream. Again, for anybody that is new, we appreciate trade plans ahead of time. So if you give us an entry, a stop loss, and a target, if you look at David Stewart in the chat, that's exactly what we're looking for. Everything before the price gets to those levels. If you show up afterwards and tell us things, that's fine. But hopefully you can also understand our perspective of being a little skeptical of, okay, I mean, I get it. You show up right now and you're saying, hey, Clay, I went long right there. And, my profit target was right there at the high. It's like, okay, I guess that's obviously potentially true. But on the flip side of that coin, this is the internet. People can kind of just say whatever. So if you want, the ultimate credibility and the ultimate kind of best case scenario, then, entry point, stop loss, and target all before the price gets to those levels. Hey, Versace, good to see you. So, all right, we did temporarily push a little bit above the white line. So now what I'm curious about is, do we get a little bit of a pullback here? Because if we get a pullback, then what at least I would be looking at is we'd have a pullback. We'd have that move up right there. So we'd be looking at, basically a bull flag, bull pennant type pattern. So that's what I'm curious right now. Will we get some sort of formation in that regard? So we'll keep a close eye on it. And we'll see what it wants to do here. I am definitely going to be very, very conservative. I was very conservative with my trading today. And I'll probably say this a million times, but that's fine because it is important context. But I was just on vacation for the past week. So it's one of those things where, at least for me, I don't know, maybe other people can show up after being gone for, a week or so and, feel like, boom, I haven't lost it. Feel like I was right before I left. I always got to kind of knock off the rust a little bit, kind of ease things in. So that is, hey Chris, thanks. That's kind of where I'm at today. So, not that I'm over here, gunslinging 20 NQs at a time anyways, but yeah, I definitely kind of need to and want to ease into the trading more and more, especially this afternoon trading. I'm not the greatest with the late morning, early afternoon trading anyways, as you veterans of the live stream know. So even from that angle, this is my first time back trading. I did make some early morning trades when I was on vacation, but like I was done. I was off with the way our kind of the structure of our vacation worked. I was able to get some trades in, some stuff in early in the morning, but then in the this period where I'll be trading now, I was totally gone. So I have not made any afternoon trades for quite a while. But yeah. Well, this could be a short here. So if this wants to come up here to the white line and then come back down, would that be 85? Oh yeah, about 6 points. I can do that. All right, I want to see it come up to that white line. There we go. Okay, put my sell. Now, if it pushes up too high, I'm going to have to cancel this trade because the risk profile is going to be too big. And yeah, that's going to be a little too big now, so I'll cancel that order out. All right, well, I tried, but I guess I could reduce position size. 85. No, I'm going to pass on that. I think that was a little bit of the antsy voice. I'm antsy. It's been a week since I've live streamed. I'm antsy. I want to put on a trade. Got to be careful of that. All right, well, here it's coming back down. I suppose we could paper trade it. My entry point would have basically been at the 985 area. So I still would not have been filled. But yeah, I got to be very careful right now. The ANSI voice is showing up. A new voice, because this is my first time ever given. I just started live streaming back in, I don't know, February. I've never been on vacation, then come back. So I'm in uncharted territory from a live streamer perspective. And I'm learning right now in real time. I have the ANSI voice. Hey, Clay, it's been a while since you've live streamed. You got to get a trade on. You've got to get a trade on ASAP. No. That's I need to get a trade on when there's actually a setup here. So got to be careful. So I'm totally at battle. David Stewart. Well, just so you know, David, I mean, there's several in the chat that do trade MES, but I am mainly not mainly. I am. Well, yeah, I guess we look at ES every now and then. But yeah, me personally, I am definitely focused on MNQ and NQ. But you're more than welcome to comment about MES. But just as an FYI, I can't interact too much from that standpoint just because we're looking at technically a little bit of different charts. But still, David, you are more than welcome to continue to hang out and all that. Christopher Burry is going long at 9:59. All right. As always, a little worried when I don't hear anything about a stop loss, just an entry point. I appreciate the fact that he's given us an entry point ahead of time. So he's waiting for it to come down all the way to basically the overnight high right here. But with no stop loss, I'm a little worried, Christopher. I'm a little worried. I don't believe in stop losses. All right. Okay. Now, I don't want to insert words into his mouth, but I've heard that before. Stop loss. What's that? You can't be wrong if you don't use a stop loss. Well, good example here. This would have been a losing trade because right there, that cursor or that crosshair was my entry. Look at that. It would have came down there, filled me, and then boop, kept on. So I'm glad. That's why the ANSI voice. You got to be aware of it. And I'm staying in all day. Okay. Well, that is an interesting trade. That is an interesting strategy. I'm getting in. I'm not using a stop loss, but I'm going to stay in all day. Hey, Kyle. Good to see you. All right. Well, there's a move up. And then just looking over. Oh, brother. What just happened here? What did I do? So I'm getting a new mouse delivered tomorrow. My mouse is basically, maybe you've noticed it over the past live streams, but I think it's temporarily dying, and I just did something over here off screen. What is this? All right, somehow I have these two charts next to each other now. But I did not mean to do it. Like I said, I was pressing and dragging, but then my mouse cut back in. So this is the... Yeah, I have no idea how I'll worry about that later. Anyways, I cannot wait for my new mouse to show up. Hopefully it shows up tomorrow. Well, probably won't be in the morning. So I'll probably have to do this, or for sure this live stream, obviously, but then maybe the next one too with this currently dying mouse. Hey, not too bad. 25 likes already. Again, if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, hit that like button. Let's keep that creeping upwards. How did I do that? All right, like I said, well, we are just grinding right now. I'm not sure what can really be done. I don't feel confident at all trying to short this. That seems like you're just stepping in front of a slow and steady grind higher. But on the flip side, I don't know. I mean, to go long right there, that seems like a FOMO chase. And as of now, in hindsight, yeah, I guess I should have went long right there, and I could have scalped that out. But again, that's hindsight. So right now, just waiting. Never really got what I wanted down here. For those of you that were on the stream earlier, talked about that move here and how I wanted to see that pull back a little bit and then look for this move. But it never really built out any kind of pattern. It just pulled back here and then boop, up it went. So we are in a waiting game right now. Get that 3000 DPI laser setting with acceleration. I have no idea what that is. Hey, JJ, good morning. Good to see ya. Okay. I fixed that issue off screen, I think, in theory. It's amazing how much a mouse in this phase can really just screw things up. Like, I totally mess things up by the drag and drop. All right, there's the 5 minute. I know. All right, there we go. Okay, we're getting a bit of a pullback here. I am interested in buying this pullback here. Maybe around the 90 mark. Yeah, if it wants to come down, let me get this mapped out. So let's watch that, or I'm going to watch that yellow line. You obviously do whatever your strategy suggests. Dots per inch for your mouse. Hey, Basi, good to see you. I don't know what dots per inch per. What does that mean? Oh, is that how fast the mouse moves around the screen? Is that what you mean by that? Okay. I'm assuming that's what. Hey, let's be active in the chat. I'm having flashbacks before I left. Sometimes when the chat goes quiet, it freaks me out. Freaks me out. Jocko, morning, Chloe. Hope you had an enjoyable vacation. Just thought, but I always. Yeah, you know, I actually do have another mouse on hand, but it's packed away somewhere, and I have no idea where it's. So I guess I don't have two mouse on hand. If I don't know where the one is, I guess then I do have one somewhere. I just don't know where it's at. Hey Ryan, thank you. Vacation was good. Hey Brian, yeah, it was good. It was as good as it could be. We had kind of like a hotel room that was a suite that had a door that separated the two rooms, but with the 6 kids, you know, sleep was a bit of a challenge, but overall, it was fun. But, you know, it's also kind of one of those, you know, the structure of the vacation was almost you need a vacation after you get back from the vacation. So it was by no means kind of a go at your own pace type of situation is what I guess I'm saying. Which is, you know, has its pros and cons. Well, this is a tricky movement because that was looking pretty strong in the bearer's favor. And then just like that, it stopped on a dime. Look at that candle. And then, boop, straight back up. That's tricky. That action right there illustrates it's been a tricky morning. So if you've struggled, I mean, this right here, you got to think people start off strong. People bought the pullback. Hopefully they're in a prop account because they probably got roasted. And then a very nasty bounce upwards. Hopefully they're in a prop account because any undisciplined shorts got roasted. But yeah, that action right there, think about it. That's what the chart looked like at that moment in time. I mean, it was up there, fell all the way down there, closed at the low. So sure, I mean, like I said, in my mind, surely this thing wants to come down here at least a little bit more. But no, it just stopped on a dime and then poof, straight back up. But we'll so I am still interested down around this area. And what would be extra spicy is if this 21 EMA can catch up. So then if the price pulls back and it's at this former breakout point, it's at the 21 EMA, then that's kind of like almost a double bonus. That's how I felt after Texas a week or so ago. Yeah, exactly. Need a vacation after getting back from vacation. Yep, that's kind of where. And then, my two oldest daughters, they're off to another camp, and through our church. So it's like they've been in Michigan for the past 2.5 weeks. Last week was at a very busy structure, and now they're going off to what I assume is another very busy structure where it's all regimented. Breakfast is at this time, then we have this activity, and then it's lunch, and then we have this activity, and then it's this. So yeah, they're my two oldest. When they get back, they're gonna be just nap, please. Yeah, I don't feel comfortable going long up here. I do still want to see it pull back a little bit more. I'm not personally. I'm not interested in going short, but if you told me I'm interested in going short, Clay, look at this action right here on the 5-minute. I can see that. This counter right here. I get it. Like I said, I'm not going to join you per se, but I would not throw any sort of accusation at you like you're just some sort of degenerate without a trade plan, or you're not actually thinking through anything. I wouldn't take it that far either. But yeah, if it wants to come down to that area, I'd be interested in seeing how it behaves. I'm not just going to buy at the yellow line. I want to see if it shows like it wants to be strong, and if it seems to be trying to bottom out at that level. That would be the first. That'd be the first step. For those of you watching the ES looks a little sketchy here. I would not call you crazy at all for shorting. I mean, look at all. You have that brown line there with the pivot point. You have the overnight high. You have the close right there from Friday session. So in other words, you have a big clump of resistance. Now that does not mean that it will for sure guaranteed roll over, but I would not call you crazy for thinking, especially when there's already been a track record both there and there of the price getting rejected. I would not call you crazy at all for thinking that maybe there will be another rejection here. You put your stop, up above, all these areas here, up above the congestion. But like I said, I don't trade the ES, but like I said, if you're saying, Clay, I'm thinking I'm bearish minded right now on the ES, I would not call you crazy. But again, you could be wrong. Maybe the bulls are getting ready to blast up through there. So stop losses matter. My son just got back to Michigan from Colorado Springs trip with the church. He did some mountain hiking, 14,000. Wow, good for him. 14,000 feet and whitewater rafting. Oh, that'd be fun. That was a great. Oh, yeah. Oh, as a 16-year-old, yeah. I mean, I would say any age, but yes, that sounds great. Cool. Very cool, Ryan. Hey, thanks, Danny boy. Try using the SMA with the 21. Works with. Yeah, no, I appreciate it, but I kind of, at some point, Jeff, at some point I'm going to have so many lines on my chart, I'm not going to know what's going on. So, if the 5 SMA works for you, awesome. But for me, I got to be very careful that I don't enter into, paralysis by analysis, because I have so many lines and so many indicators and so many moving averages and so many Bollinger Band settings. I have 37 different Bollinger Bands, but they all have different But yeah, if anybody else still wants to try it out, it sounds like Jeff is having some good success with a 5 SMA with the 20. Well, I don't know. With the 21 what? Or is that the 21 EMA or SMA, Jeff? You didn't specify that second one. Drew, welcome back. Thanks, Drew. Appreciate that. Trump might say something soon, so I just moved my stop. Is Trump supposed to speak today? Or are you just saying in general Trump might say something soon? Because that is true from just a general standpoint. Trump may say something soon is always valid. Hey, thanks, Tom. Appreciate that. 21 SMA. Okay, yeah, this right here, I do use a 21 right here, Jeff, but that's actually the EMA. Oh, Trump's talking right now? All right, I did not realize that. So there's a FYI for everybody. Trump is speaking right now, FYI. Always a valid warning, and why I still say that I think you are a crazy person to not be using a prop firm in the Trump market, in the Trump tweet market, where Trump could tweet something out at any point and just create a huge spike. Well, clearly that's what stop losses are for. fair enough, kind of, but there's also slippage. And to think that, you know, it's scary. Trump, it creates a scary environment. That's why Trump is a great salesman as far as I'm concerned for prop firms. Because if you're not familiar, prop firms, you only have at risk what you buy the account for. So sure, in a situation, if something spikes against you, some people that are using their own money, yeah, they're out thousands of dollars potentially, especially in the world of futures. Thousands of dollars just like that. Whereas you, yeah, you're out, but what are you out of? Well, you've lost your account, which you can always buy back again. But the point is, yeah, being out of your account, losing your account, just means you lost a couple $100 at most. Whereas other people outside of the prop firm, yeah, they could, you know, lose thousands just like that. He is talking about the Russians and the war. Gotcha. I don't know. I mean, this is a bull pennant. I'm not sure if I trust it because, again, with Trump talking, things always get a little leery. But yeah, right now, from just strictly a technical point of view, we are looking at a bull pennant pattern. So it's really just a question right now of, you know, what are your thoughts? If it breaks, is it gonna push upwards? Yeah, hard to refute that on the 2-minute here. We're looking at a nice little bull pennant pattern. Again, if you were to take that breakout, I would certainly not call you crazy at all. I see the logic. I'm not going to take it, again, because of the external variable known as Trump's giving a speech, and Trump kind of sometimes likes to go off topic. But, yeah, like I said, it's all about, we can agree to disagree, and I have no problem with that, but as long as there's logic behind your thought process, that's cool. That's the whole idea. As long as there's logic and risk management, that is the name of the game. He just said that they are selling weapons to Ukraine. All right. We'll get rid of that. Yeah. Oh, don't do longs dirty like that. Don't do them dirty like that. Keep breaking out. Don't do longs dirty like that. That is a dirty, dirty dog move. If this thing comes back down. Come on, recover back up. Uh-oh. Well, right now I'm looking pretty smart for not buying it, but if you've been on the live stream before, you know there's been plenty of times where I have not bought a breakout and then the breakout just goes boop, and then I look very stupid. But right now, I am looking halfway intelligent, but unfortunately, that is not always the case. Hey, if we got 14 likes out there, that'd be amazing. First time back, if we could get this up to 50 likes within the opening 30 minutes of the stream. So if you are enjoying and you have not hit that like button, please consider doing so. That'd be a good sign if we can get this up to the 50 like mark within the opening 30 minutes. I don't know if that'll be possible, and it's okay if it's not. But again, likes do have a very real impact on the live stream. As long as I know people are enjoying, then I'll keep moving and I'll keep going. I've gone over 4 hours because if likes keep going up, then I take that people are interested. So if you are interested, if you are enjoying, that's not a vanity metric for me. That's something that's a very crucial data point to just communicate to me if people are enjoying and finding value, entertained with the live stream. So yeah, hit that like button if you have not yet. Now, people that bought the breakout, I could see them with a stop loss below that low right there, especially if they were playing kind of a breakout or get out. But, I'm not saying that everybody stop loss. So I think those people would still be in. They'd be definitely very close to potentially getting stopped out here. But if I'd played that breakout, that is where my stop would have been. So if we're just paper trading this right now, I'd still be in by the skin of my teeth because my stop loss would be basically at that crosshair right now. So maybe the breakout people are still going to be okay. Assuming, of course, they put a stop loss where that one is. Maybe they put it somewhere different. But that's just kind of, where I would have had it. Trump messed up your trade plan. I know, that's the nice thing about Trump. The people that don't like to look in the mirror, Trump is also their best friend because they can always just blame Trump. It was Trump's fault. To be fair, though, sometimes it literally is. Yeah, that's why it's an external variable. And that's why I think you're crazy to be trading without a prop firm. In this environment, With the in the Trump tweet era that we're in as traders, man, seems like a risky proposition to me. Hey, Paul. I found a problem of letting I found I have a problem of letting my winners run. I need moderate gain. I'm not trying to be greedy, but I think I need it. Yep, that is why. Oh, excuse me. That is why I say, in my opinion, I think the hardest thing in trading, a lot of people would say, and I think they could be right, and granted, it is a case-by-case situation, but broadly speaking, a lot of people say, well, honoring stops is the hardest thing. Being disciplined, cutting losses, all that sort of stuff is the hardest thing. And it very well may be, but I think a good thing that gives it a run for its money would be letting winners win. I think that letting winners win is even harder than cutting losses. That's my opinion. Because it's a very hard psychological hurdle to overcome seeing green and then just wanting to grab the green. And I've done many videos over the years on why that's the case from a psychology standpoint. But I think that is one of the hard things. So in other words, Kyle, that was just my long way of saying you're definitely not alone if you have found a problem of letting my winners run. Not alone in that at all. But I mean, if you think about it, what do we want as humans at our core? At our core, we want to feel good about ourselves, right? That's what an ego is. An ego, I know most people think of ego and they think about like, look at me, I'm as beautiful as Clay Trader, stuff like that. That's what they think of with ego. But ego is really just a way for our body to try to make us feel good about ourselves, right? Because at the core, that's what we want. We want to have a good day. How do you have a good day? Well, you feel good about yourself. And when you have a green day, that is feeling good about yourself. That will lead you to feel good, which means you're going to have a good day and you're going to feel good about yourself. So when we see that green, that is the psychology is I could give myself a good day right now. I can feel good about myself because it's green. And then you do that and then you just watch a move like, oh, wow, I could have made way more. And then the reverse is also true, right? If I cut the loss right now, even though it's disciplined, a small loss, well, goodness, that means I'm red. That means I'm not going to have a good day. That means I screwed up. So it's a savage psychology. But yeah, I think that's, for me at least, that's why I found myself cutting losses way too soon. I'm sorry, cutting winners, too soon. It's because I just, okay, let me just take the green so that I can say it was a winning trade, so that I can say it was a green day, and then I'll have a good day because I'll feel good about myself because I made money. And then little do I, or sometimes you'll see it where I'm like, wow, yeah, that $200 gain could have been $2,000. Do you use TradeZilla? I do not use TradeZilla. I do not. Nope. You would be a good affiliate. Yeah. Thanks. I appreciate that. I don't know. Yeah. I have used No. I can't remember who they are. Another trade journaling company. I can't remember who they are. But I remember it can be helpful. Yeah. Good morning, Clay. Good morning, Clay. I could not deny the logic of trading using Pam's plant, so joined TPD last week and using code Clay. Glad to know. Hey, well, thank you, Kevin. Okay, Kevin, so I have a question for you. Is this your first time trading futures? The logic of Pam's plant. Let's see if I... So Pam's plant, if you're like, wait, what did he just say? What is the logic of Pam's plant? Well, this right here is Pam's plant. It's just an argument that I preach around here for day traders that if you want to day trade, the most efficient way to be a day trader to day trade is to day trade futures. So Pam's explains all the awesome things about futures, but you want to do futures through a prop firm. And Plant explains all the power of a prop firm. So Pam's plant, that's what Kevin's talking about. Hey, man, I can't deny the logic. I just started last week with all this. So that's why I'm now asking him, well, what are your thoughts on it in terms of, what he used to be trading? So have traded them before in my own account, but the risk. Okay, so there we go, Kevin. So I guess, how do you feel about that now? Do you feel kind of a burden off your shoulders in the sense of not being so, it sounds to me like maybe you're trading scared a little bit. And now do you feel a sense of relief? Because, yeah, you don't have all that, all your money is not actually at risk. Is that kind of a fair summary of where you're sitting now, Kevin? Does it feel like a burden has been lifted from your shoulders? Look at this trend line, a nasty little bugger. And then the 5-minute is doing a good job of illustrating how, yeah, there are certainly sellers up around here. That's what these long upper shadows represent. The price was up there, got knocked back down. Price was up there, got knocked back down. Price was up there, got knocked back down. So not to say that this area can't be broken, but yeah, as of right now, it's struggling whenever it gets up around there. If you knew Trump was going to treat something random that you knew would affect the market, would that be inside trading? And you knew what the effect, and you knew would affect the market. I don't know. That's the thing about inside information. I think it's a little overblown, because just because you know what the news is. Now some fair enough, like a pharmaceutical, if you know the news is this cures cancer, then but you still don't know, but you have a highly probable idea of how the market will react. But if you're anything like me, I'm sure you've seen news where you read the headline and you're like, wow, that is good news. And then you look at the price action of the market and it's going down. Or you look at news and you're like, oh man, that is terrible news. And then you look at the price action of a market and it's going up. So my point is, just because you know the news and you know what time the news is going to be released, a component is you don't actually know, because there's no way to know how the market is going to react to that news. So that's the thing where, again, I'm not saying that I am advocating for insider trading or anything like that. I'm just saying that it's not quite straightforward of, oh, you have inside information, therefore you make money. No, because there's no way that those people actually know how the market will react. Now, yes, in some cases, sure, you have a higher likelihood that you know. Again, circling back to this drug solves, cures cancer. But sometimes it's not always as straightforward as it seems. Yes, the spikes that come out of nowhere sometimes are frightening, so it provides... Well, cool, Kevin. I appreciate you being open-minded enough to listen to the logic, to consider the logic, and I appreciate you giving it a try, and of course using code CLAY. And sounds like you're enjoying it. So another win for Pam's plan. Another win for logic. Logic based in math. Hey, Subtech, good to see you. Hey, can we get 4 more likes? Let's push this up over 50 likes. We're struggling today, which is understandable. I expected my numbers to be a little lower just because I have been gone for a week, so I'm sure some people probably moved on and all that, but which is fair enough. I know the live streamer life can be pretty brutal. If you disappear for too long, there goes your audience. Hey, so Parasite. Look at that, right off that 21 EMA. For those of you that have been around long enough, hopefully you remember me saying I was very interested in that yellow line. It got close to the yellow line, but never actually hit it. It bounced up right off the 21 EMA, so still kind of watching. I have a question. Does the banks trade on the 1 or 5 minute? I don't know. I've never worked for a bank. I would assume that banks and investment, traders on Wall Street, which is very much different than the traders that we would be, I would assume that they use multiple time frames. I don't know that for sure. I've never worked at a bank. I've never worked on Wall Street. So full transparency, that this is an assumption on my part, but I would assume they're using multiple time frames. They're not just only using the 1 minute or only using the 5 minute. Whoops, made the consistency for my 25K. Now I'm working on good. Nice. Good job, Subtac. Just checked and I subscribed on December 14th, 2016. Yeah, you were an old timer then. I'm going long 2307. And then if I understand right, Christopher, you have no stop loss and you're just going to hold for the rest of the day? Is that, am I understanding your strategy properly? Algos trade at microseconds. Banks use them. No, I don't know if that's true. Hedge funds might use them. Investment bankers, though, and stuff like that, they're traders. Their job is to buy huge positions at the best price possible. So if somebody, if a hedge fund calls up their banker or whoever, their broker, and they're like, hey, we want 400,000 shares of Google. Like, you can't just go out there on the 1 minute chart and buy 400 shares or 400,000 shares of Google. You've got to scale in. You've got to, try to, you want to get, and that's why VWAP is important. You want to get ideally an average below the VWAP price for the day. Because if the average price you've bought is above VWAP, then that suggests that you sort of overpaid. So, yeah, I don't know if banks are, in the game of micro scalping. I think banks are in the business of collecting fees through their brokers and stuff like that. Probably already been asked, but it has been asked, but I appreciate it. My vacation was good. Hodl like the AMC apes to the moon. Yeah. That's what it seems like for Christopher's trade plan. Okay, now he's changed. That's a very tight 2.5 points. Hey, do what worked for you, Christopher, but 2.5 points seems like a pretty tight stop. But hey, if it works for you, you got to do what works for you. All right, we're getting a pullback again. I'm going to go ahead and remove that line. But yes, I am still pretty intrigued down around this area of the chart. If the price does want to head down there, be interested in potentially along. I am very leery of buying up here for, as I discussed already. I think the 5 minute, like I said, does the best job of just pointing out that up around here, there are a lot of sellers. Or there were sellers in the past. Are they still there? We don't. Nobody knows that. But past history is telling us and suggesting that there could be sellers up around this area, because that is what's created all these upper shadows here. But again, do we know if those those sellers are still in existence? We don't know that, because that would be a guarantee, and guarantees don't exist. But is it reasonable? Is it plausible to suggest that there are some sellers up around this area? Yeah, I think so. Whoa. That was kind of a quick move all of a sudden. Did anybody else have this morning some very jumpy, almost like glitchy price action, where the price was at a certain level, then boom, just like that? Oh, I forgot about that channel, Kyle. That's funny. Up 831 on the way. Congrats being up 831. Guven has, okay. Hey, Sam, thank you. Thank you, sir. Hey, thanks, Cal. I did. It was nice. My long limit order will be 2308. Okay. So looking for this thing to come up a little bit more. And I'm looking for it to come down a little bit more. Thank you. I'm glad. It's nice to hear that I was missed. I appreciate that. I like a close below 997 to short. Ooh, okay. All right, Labradabber. I'm thinking long. He's thinking short. Maybe we can both make money. We'll see. Like I said, I've been curious about that yellow line now for the past, 30 minutes or so. And maybe, just maybe, it's going to finally come down there, and we'll see how it wants to behave around that level. I do. Yes, holy thy G. I'm not good at it, but I enjoy it. Deer tastes pretty good, if you ask me. And my kids like it. My family likes it. So it seems like some nice organic meat. Do you? What about you? Holy thy G. All right. Robert Everson 997. Oh, I think I like a close below 97. Okay, so it sounds like Labrador wants to see the price close below the crosshair right there. So he needs to first see a close, and then he'd be interested in a short. Well, I guess I don't know what time frame he's using, though. So, to be fair, I don't know if he's using a 2-minute. Yeah, I think it's pretty delicious. Suppose we do now have this. Ooh, yeah, that's a pretty spicy trend line right there, actually. Put that stuff in chili. But yeah, we like to use it in spaghetti, lasagna, burgers, smash burgers on the what is the Blackstone, right? Is that it? No, or is that the tire company? Which one is the grill? That's not the cast iron. Is that Blackstone? And then what's the tire company? That starts with, aren't they Blackstone too? Or somebody clear up my confusion for me. All right, still just waiting to see if it wants to come down to that yellow line. Firestone, that's it. Firestone is the tires. Okay, thank you. Or is it now others saying Blackstone? Are we sure it's Blackstone? Yeah, but I'm so confused right now. I don't know. I think Labrador might be onto something. This is looking a little sketchy. We'll see though. Firestone, that does sound right. That is definitely the tires. Because the guy, Firestone, right? The commercials. Firestone. Whoa, whoa. Did everybody, okay. Well, that was wild. Right off that yellow line. Amazing. The power of charts. But also, that moved way too quick. So I had zero chance. Unbelievable. Well, for anybody that actually had a limit order right there and was waiting, you got filled and went to basically instantly green. If you turned your head, you missed it, but wow. Well, and that's what I like about the live stream. I mean, for those of you that have been here for the past, since basically the start, you've seen that yellow line. I didn't just put that in there in hindsight. That's been sitting out there for quite a while. So we'll see if the price does want to come back down there. I don't know. This is looking kind of spicy now for a potential breakout of that line. I don't want to do it. If this candle breaks, though, I can't do it on this candle. That seemed like it would be too much of a chase. But if it wants to come up there, get rejected, maybe go sideways for a candle or two, and then make the break, I'd be interested in buying that breakout there. But I am not interested in buying it on the formation of this candle here. That seems like a FOMO in my mind, but that could definitely prove to be a stupid decision on my part. Okay, good. It basically got rejected. Like I said, would like to see this candle stay below it. Next candle stay below it. And then the next one push up through there. Try to play maybe a breakout or get out type situation. I'm committed to my entry 2308. Well, you are in. Because the price has already gone up at 2308, Christopher. So you're in. I don't remember where you said you had your stop loss, but yeah, the price has definitely already hit 2308, so you're in. I know you did give a stop loss already, Christopher. I don't remember what that was, but props to you for giving all those numbers ahead of time. That's the chef's kiss alert, right? If you give us the entry point, the stop loss, and the target all before the price gets to those levels, that is definitely the chef's kiss. Okay, good. Stayed below it. Like I said, I'm not interested in this candle yet either. But if this wants to hang around this area, then the next one wants to come up and break it. I'll give it a go. I'll take a swing at it. Like I said, not on this candle though. So if this candle comes up there, and these are 2-minute candles, so if well, it's not going to be 2 minutes because the candle's been forming. So yeah. But no, come back. Just hover around here, and then make the push. Waiting for 5 SMA, crossing below 20 SMA. Sounds good, Jeff. Sounds like you got yourself a strategy and a plan. So I can appreciate that. Again, not going to take it on this candle, but the next candle, I'd be interested. Once again, another rejection right off of that line. Five-minute looking pretty good. Pretty much kind of see what I mean? That's what I was talking about the mouse. See how just space it like that shows where the price or the mouse just kind of spazzed out on me. So overall, got the bull flag pattern here on the 5-minute. But doesn't want to break out and get continuation. That is the question. Once again, another rejection. I really don't like that candle, though. That was not the type of candle I was looking to see form, though. We'll see what it wants to do, though. If you are new to the stream, when I'm glancing over here, I'm not like looking off into the distance. I have another monitor right here that's got other time frames and stuff, so I'm not spacing out. I'm just looking at other things. Yeah, I really do not like this candle here that formed. That's got me sketched out. We vacationed back where my wife's family is from, and back where we lived previously, back in Grand Rapids area. Except we were out on the shores of Lake Michigan. There is the breakout. Like I said, I did not buy it because that candle there has me sketched out. That hindsight will be my judge, though, right? If you see something else and you think I'm being overly dramatic about that candle, fair enough. If you're buying right there, I hope it keeps going. I hope you make money. But for me, like I said, a little sketched out because of it, but we'll see if the price wants to get the move up through there. Right now, I feel fine about it. Brad, man, 4 candles back, it wicked below the lower trend line. That should have been liquidity grab. Now breakout topside. Gotcha. I mean, I would just call this right here a fake breakdown. But I do concede that liquidity grab sounds a lot cooler than a fake breakdown. But yeah, that was like I said, it acted like it wanted to be weak and then went back up. So I call that a fake breakdown, but if you want to call that a liquidity grab, I concede you sound like a smarter and cooler trader than I do. Did you go the entire time? No, I already... Come on, Drew. I already addressed all this. Where were you? Yes, I traded. The internet was not the best, so it was probably not wise on my part, but I did it very conservatively. That's why I'm also being very, very cautious here. So yes, right now, I don't, this is not always the case, but in hindsight, I'm looking pretty smart here to have not bought the breakout. Like I said, that candle there had me sketched out. So I'm in below the trickery. Yeah. Brad, do what works for you. We definitely look at the market in different ways. You seem to think that there's magical, mystical forces out there trying to trick you. I would just say it's just a game of supply and demand. But yeah, if you want to look at things as though there's some magical, mystical force and you are battling against this magical, mystical force, then hey, if that works for you, fantastic. But I'm a little too boring. I just say there's no magical, mystical force other than just good old supply and demand. When supply is greater than demand, prices go down. When demand is greater than supply, prices go up. But I do concede that's kind of boring. That doesn't really sound as cool. All right, this is this return back upwards. It's got me interested here. If it wants to come down here and test that 21 EMA again and then head back up, I'm going to give it a go. I want to see another move down and then see some strength return. Hey, Nathan, good to see you. Bridge, no, I think it's Firestone too, right? Is there Firestone tires? I think there is. The things we talk about while we wait to see. I mean, look at this little wedge. If you want to use the 21 EMA as a trend line, see what I mean about my mouse? Oh my goodness, look at that. This mouse is on its last legs. New mouse coming tomorrow, Amazon Prime. So there's the wedge. So do we get the break to the upside? That's what I'm trying to watch right now like a hawk. Is Trump still speaking? Does anybody know? Oh shoot, 10 minutes behind. I assume there was something like that going on. I'm like, man, we had that conversation a while ago. That's okay though. All right, very good. There is the test of the 21 EMA. If this thing wants to come back up, I'm going to give it a swing. Just come over from Discord and RDU dogging, ICT, call it what you want. Yeah, like, hey, if believing in magical, mystical creatures, Brian, helps you visualize the market, cool. Cool. Yeah, like I said, it's just a game of marketing. I get it. IFGs, liquidity, market structure, liquidity grabs, this, that, and the other. It sounds cool. It sounds like you're a really smart person. I mean, but some people just call it supply and demand because that's all it is. But yeah, if you want to believe in magical creatures, so be it. If that helps you out, all good. There is no magical creatures. I agree. Unless we are defining magical creatures as just supply and demand, then yes, I agree. There are no magical creatures. This is a sketchy one, boys. The trend line continues to hold strong up there. Yeah, well, we don't do turtle soup here. We do spicy orangutans. That's our preferred setup in this live chat, is the spicy orangutan and the Mexican mice. But yeah, turtle soup is a joke. It's all about the spicy orangutan. I'm trying to short here. 978, playing very tight. This just seems like a very choppy range right now, but I'm sketched out by going short because not that far below you have the 50 period moving average that I could see as a bounce point. I suppose you could try to scalp it down to there, but yeah, 5 minute has proven to just be kind of a back and forth chop fest. Now, if you're a range trader, then I mean you're basically Lamborghini shopping after all this action. Because it is just essentially stuck in a range. So yeah, some people's choppiness is other people's gold. Because if you're a range trader, then yeah, you wouldn't call it choppiness. You just say, hey, it's range trading and I'm doing very well with it. Unicorns, dragons, and griffins help me read characters. Yeah, do what you got to do. Visualize the market however you want to visualize it. But that's why around here, all we ask is, hey, just give us your trade plan ahead of time. But that's where certain groups of traders really struggle to do that. They like to armchair quarterback hindsight commentary stuff. And then not all of them to be fair, but I have noticed that many of them in a certain camp, they really struggle to give an entry point, a stop loss, and a target before the price gets to those levels. Again, not all of them though, not all of them. But if I were to encounter one of these groups of people or a person from this group, if it was a trade, I would definitely go long they're not going to be able to give a trade plan ahead of time. They're going to sit there and, armchair quarterback, hindsight, commentary, everything. But yes, if you show up, Brian, we all know that turtle soup is a joke. We all know, if you're being honest with yourself, that actually the spicy orangutan is the best way to go about it. If you're honest, you know that turtle soup is a joke and that trading is actually all about the spicy orangutan. There is a mystical creature that takes my profit. That's true, Big D, yes. There is a mystical creature that takes your profit every day. Trump just finished talking. Thank you, Jocko. Well, if this wants to come up here, I'm still going to give it a swing. I'll put my stop right below the 21 EMA. So that's a pretty mild stop. But that assumes that the 21 EMA is going to hold and also assumes that the price is going to try to push up through that yellow line. I believe that monster is called commission. I would say commission gets blamed too much. I think it's more a problem of over trading. Because yes, commissions do eventually add up if you are over trading. But if you're just taking quality setups and you're not taking 3,000 trades every day, you know, commission, I in my opinion at least, is kind of, I mean, of course it's noticeable, but it's not really noticeable in any sort of relevant way. All right, it did hold above it. All right, I'm going to throw the buy out there at that green line, trying to anticipate the breakout. So I'm not going to technically wait for any sort of confirmation. So try to play a breakout and go. So again, that green line is representing my entry. And then if I get filled, I'll get the stop loss in right away. And this will be a breakout or get out. Maybe entry point. Maybe. Okay, getting close to that green line. Again, I'm buying technically a little bit ahead of the trend line, so I'm not waiting for confirmation. I'm anticipating a break, which maybe proves to be a dumb way to go about it. But still not in. So I have my cursor over the sell 3 stop because if I get filled, then that'll lock in my stop right away. All right, coming up, coming up. Oh, so close to getting filled. Again, looking to play the breakout or get out here. And I am still not in. Yeah, this is all right, still not in, which is good. But now if this thing comes back up, that's going to look like a great setup. If I get filled now after this sort of candle, that's going to look like a great setup. Still not guaranteed to work, but I will like it. There we go. Let's see if it can bounce back up. Especially when you have the 21 EMA there that, I mean, I'm going to use as a stop. Maybe you think that's the dumbest stop ever. Fair enough. All right, I like how it's recovered. Let's see if the buyers can keep pushing. Is the demand going to overwhelm the supply? That's the question. Is the demand going to overwhelm the supply? Because that's all trading is. Supply versus demand. So I'm thinking, I'm hoping, there we go, I'm in. So now it's just a question of can this demand overwhelm the supply and get up through that trend line? If not, it will be a losing trade. Like I said, it got rejected right off that yellow line. I didn't want to wait for it, which may prove to be stupid, but there we go. I am in. First trade. Very basic premise. Does this thing finally want to break out or not? Cannon shooting, shorting star. Okay. Once again went red, but if this candle can go back up and turn green, I mean, you gotta like it. I like it. That's a symbol of another failed breakdown. So let's see if this thing can push up. How was the beach? It was good. It was good. Sunny every day. It was supposed to be rainy, but I mean, every day the forecast was just wrong. I mean, the weather app was just, I mean, after this past week, I almost want to delete the weather app. Like, what is this weather app doing? To be fair, when you're along the coast, it can get a little tricky. Once again, right off of that yellow line. Wow, what a stubborn little, and getting close to potentially getting stopped out here. And I am oh so close. I'm fully planning on getting stopped at this point. Now I'm actually thinking, do I want to add more if it comes back up? Yes, I do. I'm going to buy 3 more at that green line. If this wants to come back up, I'm going to add in another 3. And I will add in another 3 at that green line. All right, out on that one. Did not quite work out. But it is what it is. I'm going to extend this trend line out. Because very clearly this is a trend line that the market has taken notice of. And we'll see if we can get another setup that develops here. In hindsight, should have just waited for confirmation. Should have waited for the price to get above the yellow line and then buy. But shoulda, coulda, woulda. That's all hindsight confirmation bias. But the problem with that is if you wait for that, then you could get a really bad entry point with slippage because if it breaks and then just shoots up. So there's give and takes to everything. But yes, I am well aware that in hindsight, Clay, you should have just waited for confirmation. You got in before confirmation, and that's fair. That's fair. But sometimes getting in before the confirmation, anticipating it, I mean, you can get great spikes in your face. I mean, like I said, the market is give and take. There's pros and cons to everything. Better going late on the party than early. Yeah, true. In this situation, Rich you Allah, but you wouldn't be saying that had I gotten in early and then gotten a huge spike. And then you waited for the party and then gotten a terrible fill because it spiked upwards. You'd be saying, oh, why did I chase? Or wow, that slippage on the entry, I got in a really bad entry point. Palmver, I went short. All right, well, hopefully it works out for you. Hey, Dre Day, good to see you. You went short. Palmver, where's your stop at? Well, case to case, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Case to case, sometimes you're going to look like a genius. Other times you'll look like a moron. But in other cases, you're going to look like the genius, and then others will look like the moron. Maybe I'm cray-cray, but I'm still thinking maybe long on the trendline break. I could very well be crazy, though. So I mean, one of these, it's got to break that trendline, right? Like, guarantees exist, don't they? I'm pretty sure guarantees exist. So therefore, one of these times, it's got to. It has no choice. It's got to break, and then it's got to go to the moon. I think that's how the market works. There are guarantees, and there are those moments where it is guaranteed to go to the moon. Like I said, I'm pretty confident that's how trading works. Could do the same thing. Just put my stop right below that level. It will if you are not in a trade. That's true. Yeah. If I definitely don't get in, it's definitely going to the moon. All right, I'm in. I'll throw that order out there just in case there is some sort of spike. Once again, we're knocking on the trend line. Or is this going to be one of these trend lines? I remember from several weeks ago, I had one of these situations where there was a single trend line that almost bled me dry. Like almost took away all my profits because it just would not go. Knocking on the trend line again. Now, if this one doesn't work out, I'll just have to say I'm done with the trend line. And it is what it is because I'm not going to allow that to happen yet. Those are the most frustrating days when there's a single trend line that literally like basically bleeds you dry. What a dirty rat. Oh. The other reason why I'm thinking of long is, I mean, look at on the 5-minute. Look at all these lower shadows. These lower shadows represent the bears making progress and then buyers showing back up. So in my mind, there seems to be some strength here. Incoming news. Incoming new 30-minute candle. Hey, KC, yeah. Thanks. Good to see you too. I don't know. Is this another one of these where I can add in more if it comes back up? I am. I'm going to buy another 3 if it wants to come up to that area. Close again. All right, I'm adding. I did add. This is a great looking candle. At this exact moment in time, this is a beautiful looking chart. Can it push up through the trend line though? That's the question. Or is this thing just going to be a dirty, dirty dog? Wow. What a trend line. Brian, the best way to explain is to give your entry point, your stop loss, and your target ahead of time. That's the best way to explain. Like, there's no better way to explain something, Brian, than you doing that. Again, beforehand, entry, target, and stop loss before the price gets to any of those levels. That is by far the best way to explain your process. Like, there is literally zero better way than to do it that way. All right, we're knocking on the trend line door again. Can we actually push through? This is crazy. Unbelievable. It is, yeah. This trend line is ridiculous, Kevin. Like I said, I'm done with this trend line. Eventually, it'll break, and you would think we'll get a good solid breakout, but this trend line is just a dirty rat. This is one of those testing your mentality. Yeah, it is, and that's why I'm saying right now I'm done with it. This is losing trade. I am done with this trend line. I'm done trying to time it up. It is just this trend line is not my friend. It is sometimes the market is your fiddle, the trend line is your fiddle. Other times you are the trend line's fiddle, and right now this trend line is playing me like a fiddle. There's no need to beat around the bush. There's no need to live in denial about it. That is exactly what's going on right now. So sometimes as traders, not sometimes, always as traders, we got to be brutally honest with ourselves. And as of now, it seems like I am the fiddle being played by the trend line. The 5 minute, again, look at this 5 minute. Look at the candle that just, or is about to form on the 5 minute. Are we going to get a nice little lower shadow? I mean, look at this 5 minute. It's creeping higher. I mean, it wants to go, doesn't it? Right? Like I said earlier, guarantees exist. This is guaranteed to go to a moon. The moon, isn't that? That's how the market works, right? The early gains just came from my morning trading. As a reminder, this is the same account. This is just my NQ trades. These are just my MNQ trades. Same account, though. Talk about patience being required. Goodness. Blue line is my average price. If you're just logging on, those two red lines are a couple of price targets I have just scattered out there, just in case there's some sort of spike up through that trend line. But yeah, as of now, that trend line is just eating my lunch. Refuses to allow any sort of momentum to the upside once the price gets to that level. Getting to the trend line has not been an issue, but building and maintaining any kind of momentum once the price gets to that trend line has been the issue. So we wait. So once again, look at that. Right off the trend line. Right off that yellow line. We are creating a nice diamond formation on the 5 minute. A diamond formation. That makes me sound like I'm about to get rich here. We have a diamond formation. All right, once more at the trend line. History suggests we're simply just going to get rejected from it again. But I hope history is wrong. This is so ridiculous. Come on. Come on. Let's go short. All right, Sean, get short. I wouldn't call you crazy. This trend line has rejected the price time and time again. So I would not call you crazy at all. Just make sure you use a stop loss in case this is a genuine breakout. Well, we did get the break, but as I mentioned, the problem is just the momentum. It just doesn't seem to want to build any sort of momentum. Okay, there we go. Come on. A little bit more. There we go. All right, I'm reducing position size now back to 3, because remember I added in those 3. Come on. Hit that next target. And if it can hit that red line, I'll move my stop, or I'll get my stop actually in place. I'm not going to fool around with it. We're at 2 now, so let's just do this. So this will be a winning trade now. It's just a question of how much of a winning trade, because my stop loss is in green territory. So we'll let these last 2 work for me, and I'll just move the stop loss up as we go. So finally got the breakout, finally got some movement. Now it's just a question of how much movement can we get here. If it hits that white line, I'm going to move my stop up to the low of that candle, but I want to give it some wiggle room right now. You know, I'll also do this. Just in case there is some sort of spike, I will throw out another one just up there, just in case. But yeah, this will be a winning trade. Now I'm in the sweet spot of trading. My only stress right now is how much money am I going to make? So Sean, if you went short, I hope you had a stop loss. They are waiting for Trump. As far as I'm aware, Trump has already spoke, unless he's scheduled to speak again. Still short. Well, where's your stop loss at, Sean? People like you make me worried, Sean, when they don't disclose any sort of stop loss. I'm scared for you, Sean. I'm scared for you. Again, if the price hits that white line, I will move in my stop loss up. That's, you know what? I'm going to do it anyways. There we go. So my gains just keep getting bigger and bigger on the minimum because the higher that red line gets up above the blue, the more I'll be stopped out at. Stop at 23.24. All right, so Sean is a stop right above the highs. So I hate to do it, Sean, but I'm totally wanting you to get stopped out because that means I'll make some money. So yeah. Oh, there we go, Sean. And did I get filled on that spike? Nice. Sean, I think Sean just got roasted by slippage. There we go. That's why I like to throw those out there just in case. All right, the patience was worth it. I'm going to go ahead and move that up there. Getting a little bit tight now with my stop, but that's all right. I want to make sure that. And I am stopped out. There we go. Finally, one worked out. Well, I say one worked out. I am 1 for 2 on the day, but not to toot my own horn, but to toot the horn of risk management. That is why risk management matters. I am at a 50% win rate on the day, as far as the live stream is concerned. And right now I'm up. I was down what, 60? I don't remember. I think I was down 6. Can anybody tell me what was before that trade? That was red how much? Good grief. Sometimes you need. Thank you, Ritter. So I was down that number was at minus 66. Not fun to take the losses, but I did. And then that one worked out very, very well. And again, that's just my opinion, but the futures market can have those spikes. So that's why I always like to throw out a couple just up there, just in case you get that spike like I had. Like in the blink of an eye, it was up there, and I was able to pull that off. So hopefully, anybody else that took that had the patience. Patience was certainly required on that one, but it ultimately did work out. But I was mentally committed to the fact. I think I am now this trend line's fiddle, but I gave it a chance because the price never did anything wrong. The only thing it did, quote unquote, wrong was it wasn't breaking out and going as quickly as I would like it to have gone. So as traders, we have to remember, yes, if you're playing a breakout, sure, you want it to break out and go right at that very moment. But just because it doesn't do that doesn't mean necessarily per se that the price is, quote unquote, doing anything wrong. It just means it's not behaving in, the most suitable manner. And of course, the most suitable manner for us as traders is we want it to break out and go now. So, and that was the case here. Now, can you guys hear that out of curiosity? Does anybody hear that crying in the background? How good is this mic? Did anybody hear that? It's just my youngest. But I'm curious, how good is this mic? I am in at 20 long. Oh, so you waited to buy the breakout right there. You heard it? Okay. Stop loss at 10. All right. All right, Jacquees. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Nothing but respect. Notice Jacquees there gave the 3 numbers all ahead of time. All ahead of time. That's how you can figure out somebody's strategy. There's no need to offer up some sort of huge explanation. Just give us the numbers ahead of time. Not in hindsight. Because as I was mentioning earlier, with all due respect, showing up and saying, well, yeah, I bought right there. Like I did, but except you obviously saw all of mine. But like somebody that just shows up and say, yeah, I bought right there long. It's like, okay, I mean, maybe you did, but it would be a lot more impressive had you told us that you bought right here when the price was right here and you typed that in the chat. So Jacquees, like I said, good example right there. And even if he's wrong, oh well. I mean, being wrong is part of being a trader. Nobody's going to make fun of you. I think some people are scared, like, well, if I give my trade plan ahead of time, then that means it might prove to be wrong. And I don't want to prove to be wrong because, oh man, who cares? No, nothing but respect. Anybody that makes fun of you for doing that will be banned immediately. Because that shows a lack of a whole lot of things on that person's part. If somebody has the courage to give an entry, a stop loss, and a target before the price gets to those areas and they happen to be wrong, okay, that's part of trading. Casey, I'm short at 07. Stop loss is at 022. Take profit 938. All right, Casey. Well, hopefully it works for you. I'm a little scared for you, Casey. I think the price may want to make a move now up to this dotted brown line, which is a pivot point. Of course, there's no guarantees. But at this point, in my mind, is this kind of almost serving as like a magnet that wants to at least drag the price up to that level. No guarantees, of course, but I would be a little worried right now, short, but that's just my opinion. I mean, we basically have kind of like a little miniature bull pennant. Let me put the golf hole down here to make it a little bit more visual. So like that's like the little miniature bull pennant that I see. Let's go PDH. PDH. I recognize the name. I don't think that person does. What is PDH? How did you add the pivot point to your chart? Here. No, I lied. Here. Channels. Pivots. Right there. That's how. And I'm impressed I remember that. It's been a while since I added those in. Previous day high. I probably should have known that. If you don't know it, then you... If you don't know it, then you learning. Everybody is learning and growing. Got to respect anyone who is willing to be wrong. Yeah, exactly, G. Brooks. Exactly. Yep, fully agreed. There is no shame. Hey, if you don't mind, could you hit that like button? If you have not yet, that like button ensures the live stream will keep moving. So we're not even at 100 yet, which is a little disappointing, but understandable given I was gone all last week. So our numbers are down a little bit. But yeah, if you are enjoying, if you're finding entertainment, finding any sort of value, hitting that like button tells me that. And as long as I see the likes continually creeping up, then we'll keep the live stream going. So that's not, the likes is not a vanity metric. It's a data point metric on should I keep on with the live stream or just call it good. So as long as the likes continue to creep upwards, then we will keep the party going. So if you have not yet hit that like button, please do so. It has a real life impact on the live stream. How do you have working order show like it shows positions? I'm not sure what you mean by that, John. After looking left in the same time for multiple days, does a reversal, especially since it... Yeah, like I said, very well. Well, it looks like right now, Casey, you are right. Because you got long at short at 07. Oh, you got short. I guess I'm not sure. You got short at 07? Or you're waiting for it to come down to 07. I guess I'm not exactly sure. Hit the like button to keep the like. Thanks, Sean. I appreciate it. Well, now I'm considering a back test and go. So this was a very stubborn area of resistance. So in my mind, does it now become a stubborn area of support where the price comes down here, finds support, and then goes? So do we get the back test and go? Right now, it's just simply back tested the 21 EMA and bounced, so it hasn't even gone down. So I'm keeping an eye on that trend line now. Yes, the 07 was my short entry. Oh, so you got stopped out then. Okay, so if the short was and your stop was at 22, so that was a losing trade then, Casey. Did I understand all that right? Short sounds good right about now. Well, Sean, type up the trade plan. I am in no way, shape, or form interested in getting short right now. This thing just broke a key trend line. It's respecting the 21 EMA. Maybe you're seeing something different, Sean, and good for you. As long as you're thinking for yourself, that's fine. But for me, I'm gonna have to pass on the short. Clay, new to take profit and don't know what copy trade is, and how does that work? Yeah. So copy trading on are you serious? The bot attack guy is still here. He's still upset. That is crazy. This guy does not drop. I mean, I don't get it. Anyways, bot attack guy, I'm very sorry that you are still upset. That's crazy. That's crazy. So yeah, the likes exploded. We have a bunch of viewers all of a sudden, but they're not real. We are currently under a bot attack. Again, from somebody that got upset like a month ago. But anyways, onwards and upwards. I don't remember where I was. Oh, yeah, so copy trading, Jeff, just means that with the prop firm. So the prop firm that I'm using and that I recommend is Take Profit Trader. So these are all the various purchasing power accounts. So you could have up to 5 of these. And then with the 5 accounts, then you can copy trade, meaning you take one trade. So let's just say on one trade you make $100, but you copy it to your 4 other accounts. Well, now you've made that one $100 trade 5 times. So instead of walking away with $100, you'd actually walk away with $500, right? Because you made that one trade, you copied it to the 4 others. So 5 accounts times $100 per account, $100. So that's part of Pam's plan here that we explained as the nuclear explosion growth is via the copy trade. Now that does work both ways, right? If you copy trade and you start to behave very badly with that trade, well, now all those bad decisions are being copied to your other accounts. So, I mean, it's definitely, if you can be disciplined, then yes, you can have nuclear explosion growth and your account can grow very, very quickly. So, yes, that is what copy trading is. So, yes, by definition, Jeff, you would need more than one account because what you're copying is the one account. And with Take Profit Trader, you can have up to 5 accounts at a time. How does the copying work? Well, with Tradeovate, it's just a built-in feature. You just group your accounts together. And you would tell it. It's very self-intuitive. It's very intuitive within the platform. So you just tell it that you want to copy trade, and then from there, it will just batch your trades together. All my tomato money is going back into Pam's. Yeah, that a boy, Fairchild. I love it. Now, if you're not using Tradeovate, then you'd have to use, as far as I'm aware, third-party software. But if you are using Tradeovate, and that's a platform that I see here, or that you see here, then yeah, it's part of the platform itself. So you can set to copy, but not uncopy late. No, you can uncopy whenever you want, Jeff. You can go back and forth. You can do if you really, really, really love a setup, then yeah, you could set it up to where you're going to copy trade that setup to all of your accounts. But you can ungroup them whenever you want. Okay, so what if you don't trade for a month? Do you have to trade every day to maintain? Yeah, you basically you want to put on a trade at least a week, even if it's just a quick flip trade. But even if you're going to be away, you can just email them, let them know, and then they can make the adjustments as needed. But yeah, ideally, I think they do want the account to be active, and I think they define active as 1 trade per week. But again, if you email them, if you email in, let them know, hey, this account number, I'm going on vacation, for example, for the next month, then just let them know that. But yeah, what is a flip trade? A flip trade is just simply you're putting on a trade very quickly. So the best way, in my opinion, to do the flip trade is you would just come up here and buy and sell market, or sell market and buy market, and you would just do that on like an MNQ, one of them, and you do that as fast as you can. And then that would, be counted as a trade, and you're done. So you're probably either going to make a couple bucks or lose a couple bucks, but it's a couple bucks. Clay, do you see the price respecting the resistance on the 15-minute? You never know, maybe. But if I were pushing to a corner, I'm more bullish biased right now. So given I'm more bullish biased, then no, I would think that the price would push up through the resistance. But I mean, that could be totally wrong. Which again is why risk management matters. But yes, I am bullish biased, like I was mentioning a little while ago, which is why I have zero interest in going short right now. So because of that, yes, if you're bullish biased, then I think part of that bias would be, of course, you think it's going to break levels of resistance. You think it's going to honor levels of support. But, part of being a trader is biases being wrong. That's, again, not to beat a dead horse, but I'm going to keep beating the dead horse because it's so important. That is why risk management matters. If the price reaches 30 again, I will move stop to 0.15, reducing. Good job. I love it, Jacquees. Notice how he is taking us through his trade plan in real time. That's how you do it. Trump will likely talk with White House press pool when done with lunch. It started at 12. Okay, thanks, Jocko. So Trump is going to be speaking again. Works in TradingView or only on TradeOvate, as far as I'm aware, Jeff. I don't think TradingView has a built-in trade copier. I could be wrong, but I'm at about 85% confidence that TradingView does not have a built-in trade copier. But I know there's got to be some people here in the chat that do use that TradingView. So if you don't mind, any of you TradingView people, if you have a couple extra moments to clarify that for Jeff Taylor in the room, that would be appreciated. There you go. Casey, TradingView does not have a copier. Look at this. Right now, the back test of the trend line would also be right at that purple line there, the 50-period moving average. So I will take a swing at it right there. Oops, we'll go with more than one. If it wants to come, I like the double whammy. No, just because you have a double whammy of support doesn't mean that it'll behave as support, but I think there's some logic to that. I just log into FOMO. Thanks, Martin. I appreciate it. Although we are under a bot attack right now, so the likes and the views are skewed. I only know that TradeOvate has built-in copier. You may be able to find third-party software to use. Correct, yeah. Then the third-party, Raplenko, I think, is that what NinjaTrader people have to use? Can someone tell me you trade options on TradingView like SP? No, hey, you don't want to trade options. Day trading options is a very, very inefficient way to go about day trading. Run far, far away from day trading options. I have nothing against options in the swing trading category or in the investment category, but day trading options makes zero mathematical sense. Very easy to prove, mathematically speaking. I'm not saying the claim is very specific. The claim is not that it's impossible to make money day trading options. That's not the claim. You can make money day trading options. The claim is you're working harder, not smarter. You are working inefficiently. So run far, far away from day trading options. And if any of you here are like, wait, what? I day trade options. What do you mean it's inefficient? What do you mean? I'd be happy to show you the math because the math takes all of, 30 seconds to explain. So let me know in the chat box. I'd be happy. Didn't you trade options for years? I did. In other words, I was a moron for years. So correct, I was a moron for years. Now, to be fair to myself, Pam's plant is still relatively new within the past few years. So I'll cut myself a little bit of a break. But yes, I did use to day trade options for a whole lot of time. That's why I can say right now I was being a total moron. Not the first time. I also thought back in college when I first got into stocks, I thought that a stainless steel muffler company, penny stock, was going to make me rich. So not my first moron moment. Sad thing is, probably won't be my last either. The market has a weird way of always driving us to some moron moments, but that is also why I would argue for Pam's plant, because a prop firm is a great hedge, a great way to protect yourself risk-wise against those moron moments. Because a moron moment is only going to cost you a couple $100 as opposed to thousands upon thousands of dollars. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, that's like this is the argument you just made, Palm. You just said, hey, we need to dig a hole. I have this shovel. I'm going to dig a hole. Hey, look, this hole it's happening. I am making a hole. And then somebody comes along and they have a backhoe, with hydraulics. Done. And then you sit there and say, hey, my shovel, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah, but the backhoe is way more efficient. Let's work smarter, not harder. And you're like, no, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm gonna still use this shovel to dig the hole. That's the argument you just made. So I'm gonna respectfully disagree with that logic. I'm looking to work as efficiently as possible. I'm looking to live life, to manage my finances, to do everything as efficiently as possible. If you want to work inefficiently, by all means, work inefficiently. But that's I'd rather work efficiently. I'd rather work smarter, not harder. Hey, Ace Trades, good to see you. Was in Yellowstone all last week. Well, I was also on vacation all of last week, Ace. So you were in Yellowstone. I was on the shores of Lake Michigan. But hopefully you had a good vacation. So I applaud, I appreciate the whole "if it ain't broke, don't fix it" line of thinking, but yeah, it's kind of sketchy logic if you break it down and look at it certain ways. Wakar, can you? Oh, so Wakar, are you still here? Because you did want me to explain how day trading options makes no sense, mathematically speaking, and is very inefficient in the category of day trading. Are you still here, Wakar? Because if you're not, I won't bother explaining because nobody else said they were interested. Again, if you are a day trader of options and you would like me to actually back up my claim, because I have made a claim. If you are day trading options, you are working inefficiently. You're working harder, not smarter. And I'm happy to prove my claim using some basic math. So I don't want to be one of these people that just makes claims and then can't back it up because it's all just pure opinion, pure emotion. No, all my claims are based in math and logic. Okay. So this is why day trading options makes no sense. So when you buy an option, the obvious way to make money is, well, you buy it, it goes up. Okay, fair enough, you made money. The obvious way to lose money is you buy it, it goes down. So yeah, of course, you lose money. Now, what if it goes sideways, right? Because anything with a value can do three things. It can go up, it can go down, or it can go sideways. Whether that's a house, whether that's a car, whether that's a baseball card, Pokemon card, anything. It's either going to go up, it's going to go down, or it's going to go sideways. So the rational person is going to say, well, if it goes sideways, that's neutral, right? Because it's not going up, it's not going down. But in the world of options, you also lose money. How so? Well, there is something called theta. And theta just causes sideways action to work against you day trading options. So again, you may be saying, but Clay, I make money day trading options. That is awesome. That is fantastic. Good for you. That's actually very impressive. My question to you would be, imagine how much money you would be making, you would have made if you did not have to deal with theta. And that is the power of Pam's plant and specifically futures, because you get to say goodbye to theta. Now, futures are contracts, but they're very different than options contracts. And the biggest difference being with futures contracts, there's no theta. So that in of itself is very, very powerful because, again, going back to the math, if you buy and something goes up or it goes down or it can go this way. And remember, if you're buying and then with options, this makes you money, that loses you money, that loses you money. So of the three things that an option or that a price can do in the world of options, two of those three things will cause you to lose money, meaning you have a 67% chance of losing money every time you buy an option day trading wise. So to me, there are better ways to go about it. And that is one of the huge benefits of futures for those options day traders is you get to say goodbye to theta. So very, very powerful. A lot of other good reasons to day trade to day trade futures. That's what Pam's plan is. This is the argument of why day trading futures is awesome, but also why it's very important to day trade futures through the prop firm where the plant comes into play. So it's not just Pam's. Don't just go out there and start doing futures because of this right here. Futures, oh boy, they can move and they can move very quickly. And if you have few $1,000s, it could be gone just like that. To be fair, sure, you can make a few $1,000s just like that. But that's a two-sided coin, and we've always got to be having risk management at the forefront of our decisions. So that is why ultimately it's all about risk management, and why I'd say why I believe the math suggests to day trade futures through the prop firm. Can I trade Nvidia and AMD and Tesla on futures? No, those are stocks. Nope. I don't know why he hate on options, but I see you are promoting a code for a funded account. Makes sense. Well, I just gave Richard. Do you have? So what you just did, Richard, is you committed the ad hominem fallacy. You went after me. You said, "Oh, I'm doing that because I'm promoting a prop firm," which is true. But could you point out how my math was wrong, Richard? Are you saying that the math, that it's not a 67% chance, Richard? I provided reasoning based in math. And like I said, you committed the ad hominem fallacy, right? You attacked me, but you didn't attack what I'm arguing for. So are you suggesting that options you are able to avoid theta? Wakar, hate theta. Yeah, exactly, Wakar. How and where can I learn to trade futures? I've never traded futures before. Which account are you comfortable with? Lower drawdown. I kind of like a middle ground. Wasil. So I think more drawdown, but it's all going to be strategy dependent too. If you're always running very, very tight stops and stuff like that, then drawdown is not going to be as important to you. Wasil. So good question. Dr. J. Options, you need time and direction. Futures only direction. Well said, Dr. J. Hey, Richard, did you want to address the actual argument? I don't know why the hate on options. To be fair, maybe he typed that up before I showed you the math. But the math, Richard, that I showed, that's why. Because I can back up with math, with logic. But I see you. Yes. And then he attacks me, the ad hominem. Do we have to go back to, I think we got to go back to philosophy real quick. Philosophy. Ad. There we go. The ad hominem fallacy is a type of logical fallacy where someone attacks the person, right? He attacked me. Well, you're just doing it because of the affiliate code. What does that have to do with addressing the argument that theta is very annoying? Theta causes you to have a 67% chance to lose money. What is that? That was my argument. So right there, attacks the person making an argument rather than addressing the argument itself. So Richard, no. See, Richard, we do our best around here to understand logical fallacies so that we can have productive conversations. And you just committed one, my friend. So if you want to address the math I showed, that's fine. I'm all for that. But like, do you need help with something? Abby? You're fine? Okay. I got to get this trend line extended out. I am still interested in the back test and go. I think options are riskier overall unless you don't use a stop. Yeah, but even if you don't use a stop with futures, assuming it's Pam's plant, your risk is still like a couple $100, Dr. J. So, I mean, you're not wrong, but again, that's the power of Pam's plant. Even if we just assume, oh, well, let's just not use a stop loss in futures. Again, your risk is ultimately just a couple $100, right? At most. Because if you do in this situation, if you go with the 25K purchasing power, that costs you $90. So like literally your risk is $90 because if you blow the account, then yes, they'll take the account away from you, but all that means is you lost the $90. Whereas in options, if you don't use a stop, that could be way more than that. So, but like I said, I hear what you're saying. If you're using funded, then definitely less. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Dr. J. That's why we preach Pam's plan. Oh, poor Richard. I was hoping Richard would engage, but it's hard to engage when the math is just the math, you know? But if you are here still, Richard, I'd love to hear where the math went wrong. Yeah, the bot man is back. He's back too. All right. Maybe, just maybe. I'm liking these candles that are formed here right at the 50-period moving average. So might try a long somewhere right around here. We'll see what happens though. Hey, John. Good to see you. Sorry. I know you typed that a long time ago. No, looks like if I did miss your comment, I apologize. Feel free to throw it up there again. But Sometimes I get lost in all the hoopla things and then I miss a comment. I do try my best to interact with the chat, but I have been known to miss a comment here or there. Is there a way to open a long and short position at the same time with stop losses both ways? Just thinking that open could be a good... I mean, all prop firms have different rules in regards to that, but unfortunately, Ryan, I understand you think that makes sense, and it does make sense on a spreadsheet, but there's kind of two types of math out there. There's spreadsheet math, and then there's like real world math. And unfortunately, Ryan, it's not quite that easy. Can you tell me how and where I can learn to trade? Well, Wakar, what do you use right now for your decision-making process? Like, are you a technical trader? Do you use charts in your trading? Whatever you're trading right now, do you use charts? All right, I'm in there trying to play this potentially curl back upwards. There we go. Nice little scalpy scalp on that one. Hindsight won't be my judge on whether or not scalping was the right move. So yes, right now my ego wants to see this thing totally crash. That way I look very, very smart for doing a scalp. But yeah, we'll see if that's a play or not. But yes, again, my ego, I want to see this price just crash. Because if it goes up, then I'm going to look very stupid for choosing a scalp, for choosing to do a scalpy scalp. But okay, you do use chart. Okay, well then you are already 97% of the way there to understanding futures. Because 97% of futures is just using charts like I'm doing right now. Now the final 3% is, I can teach it to you here in about a minute. So again, for anybody listening, if you're kind of like, wow, futures, this Pam's plant thing sounds really good. I like it. But like, I don't know, do I have the time to learn futures? Where do I learn futures? How long is it going to take me for futures? Assuming you already use a chart, then, wow, what a move. Then you are 97% of the way there to understanding futures. So I'll open this questioning up to anybody that falls in that category, where you're intimidated by futures, but it doesn't actually need to be that way. And I'll show you what I mean. So this distance from here to here, or we'll just go up to here, from 22,990 to 22,970, that is a difference of 20. 20 what? Well, things in futures are measured by points. So the key question in futures is, how much is 1 point worth? So let's just say you're doing the NQ contracts. 1 point equals $20, and this is all per contract. So here's a question. Let's say that a futures trader says, hey, I had one NQ contract and I made 20 points. How much dollars and cents did they make? Again, if 1 point is worth $20 and they made 20 points on the trade, how much money did they make? I'm mainly asking Wakar, but for anybody else that is maybe intimidated, same question to you. Again, 1 point is worth $20, and then a trader says, hey, I had one NQ contract and I just made 20 points. How much did they make? If 1 point is worth $20 and they made 20 points. Nah, ticks, nah. It's the same principle. Wahib, just let me teach, all right, buddy? Hey, Wakar, I need you to listen very closely. 1 point is worth $20. And if somebody says they made 20 points, how much is it? Okay, there we go. Correct. $400. And that's all per contract. Now let's just change it up. So now you're 99% of the way there understanding futures trading. Final question. Let's just say this trader had 3 contracts. So they say, hey, I had 3 contracts of NQ and I just made 20 points on them. How much did that person make with 3 contracts? Because the math we just did was for 1 contract. But now this person has 3 contracts. How much did they make? Again, I'm opening up the question. Anybody that is maybe intimidated by futures, I just want to illustrate. No, if you already use charts, you're literally 97% of the way there. So now I'm teaching you the final 3% about how the profits and losses are calculated. There you go, Wakar. What are these, like, what are these new things? These crown things. What are those crown things that people are getting? There you go, $1,200 exactly. You now understand how to trade futures. So again, the key question is, how much is 1 point worth? That's how much is 1 point worth? And then how many contracts do you have? That's just all you got to know. How much is 1 point worth? And then how many contracts do you have? So we'll do one more. Let's say that you have one NQ contract and then your stop loss is 10 points. How much are you risking? You have one NQ contract, your stop loss is 10 points. How many dollars and cents are you risking? How much is each contract? I'll answer that in a second. That's a beautiful thing about prop firms. They do all that math for you. But again, let's just make sure we all understand. Drew, you must be on delay. Drew is not caught up to live. Again, my question right now, you have one NQ contract and you're risking 10 points. How much dollars and cents are you risking? Yeah, Drew must think he's on live, but he's not. He's a little bit behind right now. Goodness, I swear, these questions are for people that don't know futures. Those you veterans, you're ruining the math because now you're corrupting the people that are trying. I'm trying to prove something to you that it's not hard. I appreciate the participation, but I'm asking this to a very select group of people. Those of you that are intimidated by futures, you're not sure if you want to learn them, or I'm trying to prove that no, actually, if you use charts, you're already 97% of the way there, and I'm trying to do the final 3%. There you go, Wakar, $200 exactly. Now, Wakar, you're saying, well, how much does each contract cost? With the prop firms, they tell you up front. So if you go with the 50K account, again, using the link up above, and then make sure you use code CLAY so you can get the 40% off. But for $102 out of your pocket, you are able to buy. So for the NQ contracts we just talked about, per trade, you could go up to as high as 6 NQ contracts. Or if you want to do the micros, you could do 60. So you know right up front how much money you're going to be able to do. So again, for $102, which will buy you, or which purchases you 50K in buying power, will allow you to have per trade up to 6 of those NQ contracts. If you don't think that's enough, well then for the $198 out of your pocket, which will give you 100K in purchasing power, will allow you to then buy 12 of those NQ contracts. Now you don't have to do 12, that's just how high you could go per trade. And because there's no pattern day trading rule in futures, you can make as many day trades as you want every single day. Hey, Clay, looking at the prop firm, they have different amounts. The 50K allows you to use up to 6 contracts. If I grow my size to 100K, will they allow me? Robert, you must have typed all that before I just went through that answer. So does my answer, Robert? I think I just answered all that. Yes. Yeah, you could, if you buy a 50K, Robert, and then all of a sudden you'd like to have more contracts, you would need to buy then a 100K account, which is fine because you can have as many as 5 accounts active. I will use your code on Friday. Well, thank you, Christopher. Does that make sense, Robert? So how it works, monthly fee or yearly? Well, Wakar, your name sounds familiar. I think, well, first off, Wakar, what country are you in? Because let's make sure that this is actually valid for you. But how it works is this. The monthly fee is only during the test phase, which is why I say you have 1 month, or this is, why I say pass the test within 1 month, because that way you don't have to make that payment again. You may be saying, well, geez, I've never made $6,000 in a month. I'm telling you right now, because of this fact about futures and how they move, 6,000 when you have 100K of purchasing power, it's well within reason. I'm not saying anything is easy, but making that in a month is well within reason. And again, the reason why I say to get it done in a month is that once you move and make this jump from the test into the pro, there's no more monthly fees. There's only monthly fees during the test. But again, you get 1 month because it's a monthly thing, right? So if you pass within a month, and once you get into the pro accounts, there are no more monthly fees, which makes it pretty nice when you stop thinking about it. You're still getting real-time data, but you're not paying anything extra. So that's how it works. Is you got to pass, then you get moved to the pro accounts. And with the pro accounts, you start to make that money. Whoa. Well, that was a nice little spike up. Okay, thank you, Ron. Yes. Yeah, Robert, so if you decide to do it, please, if you want to support the channel, use code CLAY. All funds go to feed hungry children. All proceeds from using code CLAY do go to feed hungry children. But also, full disclosure, these hungry children are my 6 kids that I have. So, Canada. All right, good, Wakar. Take Profit Trader is available to Canadians. So the link at the top of the screen there, it's also in the pinned comment. If you go there, use code CLAY. Everything Pam's plan is available to those people in Canada. One last question: what benefit these firms has to get commission when we withdraw the money? Well, these firms make money because a lot of people show up and they are degenerates, so they never pass tests, and they never, because every time you take the test, you have to pay for those test accounts. And if you never pass, well, then they just keep making money. So that's how they're making money. And then once you do get to the pro accounts, there is a profit split. So you would get to keep, in the pro account, you get to keep 80% of your gains. In the pro plus, you get to keep 90%. So there's multiple ways the prop firms are making money. Still kind of putzing around at these highs. I think I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this line here. Well, no, I'm going to leave that just in case. I'm going to get rid of, well, I don't know. This line is still relevant too. Way back when, I had mapped this line out, and way back when, that's right where as low as it went. So yeah, I guess I'm going to leave those annotations out there for now. Hey, Nero. Good to see you. For those of you that are maybe not familiar with my setup, the white line is just the high of the day. So it is impossible for the price to ever get above that white line, because if the price pushes to new highs, well, that white line is just going to go higher. One thing to keep in mind over here on the 5-minute is we do have that dotted brown line, which is the pivot point. That doesn't necessarily guarantee anything, but it would not be shocking at all if the price were to get up to that level and then see the price start to have that area behave as resistance. So just keep in mind, it's not totally relevant right now, but it's creeping up to potentially becoming relevant. For some reason, I'm thinking of a short here, but I think that's a cray thought on my part. So no, I'm not going to get short. Robert, once you start to make way too much money in your pro account, they'll throw you in the pro plus. So I don't want to go too far deep down the rabbit hole, Robert. But I would say, Robert, just cross one bridge at a time. I appreciate you trying to map everything out and understand everything, but there's also the point where it's like, well, you're kind of getting too far ahead of yourself. Let's just first focus on passing a test, and then let's focus on making some money in your pro account, and then you can start to focus on that next bridge. What's the high of day marker setting? I don't remember. I don't remember how I did that. Maybe price levels. Yeah, there we go. High, low price. I think that's it. Yeah, there we go. That's how. No, high price. There we go. That's how you do it. All right, I've held out for quite a while. I can't believe nobody laughed at my joke about how if you use code CLAY, all proceeds go to feed hungry children. These hungry children just happen to be mine. I can't believe not a single person thought. I thought that was pretty good. Guess not. I'm still going to use it though from time to time. Okay, I'll be right back. What do you think is the best way to? You just got to be aggressive with your profits. A little more aggressive than you're probably used to. Don't be going for grand slam trades. But it does stop trailing you once you get to your buffer. So it's not like it's like that the whole time. But yeah, just be aggressive. Don't go for grand slams. You know, if you're up 60 points, don't be like, nope, 60 points not good enough. I want 120 points. Don't be like that. Well, remember when I bought right there for the scalp? That was a great move. Came back down. That would have knocked me out anyway, so I guess it's not as bad of a trade. But yeah, on that little scalp right there. End of day is best. Yeah, and end of day is convenient. I'm still not convinced on futures. And what is your bread and butter? I don't even know what your bread and butter. Are you trading stocks? If you're trading stocks, then oh man, futures will make stocks look like an absolute joke. At least an options trader can be like, well, I day trade options because options can move pretty quick, pretty big, and that is fair. That is fair because of the whole theta problem. Still doesn't make it great, but I mean stocks are just an absolute, just yeah, no good. But Clay, what about micro caps and low floats? Yeah, even those. It's very easy to rain on the parade of those that think they have really good results. I did that before vacation. We looked at a couple of small cap traders. I said, give me your best ever trade. And then we did the equivalent to Pam's plant, and it didn't turn out good for them. So yes, is this just going to be a slow and steady grind up to that pivot point? Did you see the 4-hour trend line? No, I don't really use the 4-hour time frame. Maybe I should. Maybe I will eventually. But yeah, right now, I am not a user of the 4-hour trend line. Yeah, in my opinion, there's nothing that can really be done right now. Shorting seems like you're stepping in front of a slow and steady grind, mainly developing that thought from the 5-minute, just slow, steady grind. So I'm shorting, in my opinion, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But then to get long up here, I don't know, seems like almost a chase. I become way more interested once a 5-minute can get up to that pivot point. But right now, sort of just a wait and see type set of circumstances. Yeah, I think at this point I'm just going to get rid of these lines. I think they're so we can start afresh. Palm Avra, hello, are you still here? What's your bread and butter? Stocks? Again, I don't make empty claims around here. I make claims backed up with logic. Logic being defined as math, right? Because that's all math is. Math just illustrates a structure and an order. And that's what logic is, right? Logic is structure and order. Hi, Clay. Second day in my pro account. Green 447. Thanks for trying. Hey, that's awesome, Dustin. Thank you for showing you. Well, thank you for being open-minded enough, Dustin, to go give it a try. What were you trading beforehand, Dustin? I'm hunting for another entry. All right. I'm also hunting for another entry. I can't quite say that I see anything that makes me Makes me get the warm and tingly feeling in my toes. All right, 5 minute just got spicy a little bit. 5 minutes. Is this candle right here? Or are we gonna be looking at maybe a bit of a pullback here? Ooh, should I be getting that trend line in place? Small caps, low. Oh, wow. All right, Dustin. So now that you've traded futures, what are your thoughts on futures compared to small caps and small float stocks? As crazy as it may sound, if you trade small caps and low floats, it's crazy it may sound to say that futures actually move quicker and there's more earnings potential in futures. I understand that may sound like a crazy statement, but I'm telling you, futures move, and it's mathematically provable to show it. But Dustin, I mean, what are your thoughts, again, in the chat for anybody that has maybe currently is trading small caps, low floats, and you think I sound crazy saying, no, actually futures make those look relatively boring, and for other reasons too. I mean, the risk profile on those stocks is insane. But we'll see what Dustin has to say. Oh, all right. I guess that trend line is already a bit kind of squirrely. All right, I'm not even going to put that in there. I may be getting interested in a short, though, now. Mainly based on the 5 minute, but we'll see how this candle continues to develop. I want to see the price first come up to, let's call it about 47. 23,047, and then see how the price be. So let's actually get this mapped out. There we go. Whoops. So that's the line I'm looking for the price to get up to, that yellow line, and then I'm curious, how does the price behave at that line? So obviously step one is the price first got to get up to that level. I like futures better, more time frames to trade, where small caps only run early in the morning. Not to mention, Dustin, I don't want to speak for you, but I mean, the risk you have in the sense of how quickly $1,000 could disappear, if not more, Dustin, in small caps. I would assume that you also like to know that in a worst case scenario, you're only out a couple $100, the risk of your account, as opposed to potentially a couple $1,000. If you get stuck in a trading halt or something like that, I mean, those small caps, they can bankrupt you in a hurry. Again, wanting to see how the price behaves at that yellow line. We got close, did not quite hit it though. So I've kind of transitioned from going into more of a bullish bias. As I mentioned earlier, now I'm thinking more of a bearish bias. Yes, risk management is better in futures with a prop firm. Yes, and at the end of the day, as far as my argument is concerned, risk management, and don't take my word for it, go find a trader that you trust and say, hey, I heard this this beautiful looking gentleman on YouTube live stream. I mean, he was the most beautiful person I've ever seen. And he said that risk management is the pillar, the foundation, the most important component of trading success. Is that true? So, given that is true, and given Dustin says, yes, risk management is better in futures with a prop firm, then yes. Then therefore, futures is better than small caps, because he's absolutely right. Risk management in small caps and low floats can get sketchy in a hurry. All right. I might take a quick little stab at it here. You're beautiful today? No, I'm always beautiful. I don't know what you're talking about, Goofy. I am Bunny Rabbit. I am always beautiful, and you know it. Don't play games. We all know that I'm the most beautiful thing your eyes have ever laid their eyes upon. Bunny Wabbit. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get short here. Stop is right up there. Risky trade in the sense of I'm going against the movement, but favorable in the sense of very, very tight risk profile. So the odds are not really in my favor per se, but I'm still willing to take that on because I can have such a tight little risk profile. Blue line is my entry, and not looking so good. It's getting pretty spicy. And I'm looking like I'm going to get stopped out here. I'm surviving by the skin of my teeth right now, but that could change in a hurry. That green line is my stop. Come on. There we go. Took out another little scalpy scalp there. Look at that. Right off that yellow line. You can't make this stuff up, folks. The power of charting. Oh, okay. Technically speaking, no. Almost right off that yellow line, which I mapped out there previously. Hey, Travis. Good to see you. I did. Did have a good trip. Appreciate it. I might try another little scalpy scalp again. We'll see. The power of charts. Again, I know there's always the nitpicker, which fair enough. I can nitpick too. Well, Clay, technically speaking, it never hit that yellow line. Okay, you're right. It didn't hit the yellow line exactly, but I hope we could all at least find some sort of common ground. But it got very, very close. And that yellow line has been mapped out for quite a while. Again, I'm not patting myself on the back. I am trying to pat charts on the back, though. Charts are a very valuable tool and something that I think that all traders should consider factoring into their decision-making process as traders. That is why I wanted to scalp, because I didn't think this thing would hit and roll right back over. I can see it, maybe just staying up in this range and then maybe making a push, but for me, I wanted to do that little scalpy scalp. Now, if you are getting short here, I don't blame you per se, because again, you can have such a tight risk profile. If your stop is just above the highs here, I get it. Again, this is all based off the fact of we're trying to play this pivot point on the 5-minute. I've talked about this pivot point, I don't know. Probably first mentioned it maybe an hour ago. So that's an area that I've been eyeing. So like I said, there's no guarantee that it's going to get rejected. I'm just saying it's not a crazy thought. And with that, you can structure just such a tight little risk profile that, like I said, I would not call you crazy one bit. We'll see if it wants to push up through there or not. Okay, it literally just rejected right off it. Notice how the white line has disappeared. That's because it's at that yellow line. So at this point in time, it is literally rejected right off of that level. That is why that white line disappeared. So for you very nitpicky people, well, Clay, technically speaking, it never hit the white line. Now it literally hit the white line. That is why the white line disappeared, because it is hiding behind that yellow line that I threw up there. Now, does it get rejected more is the case, or is the question. Now, I don't know your strategy. Maybe this movement down here was enough for a little scalpy scalp. I don't know how you define a quote-unquote scalpy scalp. Wow. Literally right off it. The white line has disappeared. That's how accurate that yellow line was. And does it push up through there? Okay. Now it's actually gone up above the yellow line. That's why the white line has shown up. Hey, Drew, I'm going to go ahead and delete that message out. I know you didn't mean anything malicious, but I do not know the vast majority of people out there. I kind of keep my head down, do my own thing, and I just don't want the chat to turn into a potential funnel where people get funneled to somebody that I have no idea who they are. So I'm not saying that I'm the only good trader or the only good person or the only good anything out there. I'm just saying I'm just not familiar with most people out there. So I don't want to risk, like I said, having my live chat be a funnel to somebody that's actually a total clown or something like that. So no, Drew. So that is why I deleted the message. So, but I do realize that you didn't mean anything malicious behind that. But that is why that is kind of a policy I have here. I know maybe I should keep up with who's out there, who's doing what, keeping up with like the local, the drama, stuff like that. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just an old man at this point. Well, it has pushed up through the pivot point, but again, if I bring over the 5-minute, you can see where the price is just basically stuck right at this level. I don't know. I'm still thinking about maybe another short, but I want to give this a little bit more time to see if we can develop maybe some more signs that this is actually wanting to be weak at the pivot point. Hey, Clay, been watching you for a few weeks. Really enjoying your streams. Thank you, Desert Rider. Appreciate that. Glad you are enjoying. That's one of the goals. I will say this too about the take profit trader deal. The 40% off, I thought it'd be gone by now. So I don't know if this is like the new long-term deal, 40% off. If it is, I don't think anybody's going to complain because it's still 0 activation fee. So it's not like they brought back the activation fee because there was a point where it was 50% off, but you still had the activation fee. So right now, 40% off and the no activation fee, I think it might be the best deal they've ever had. And I was quite confident that this is just going to be a 4th of July type thing. But we are well past 4th of July, and it is still on. So, I mean, ideally, ideally this is like the new promotion for the next however many months. What's the next big thing coming up? Labor Day, right? Is there anything in August? I think Labor Day. So maybe Labor Day is where they change things up again. I don't know. Have a new Labor Day deal that then goes for the next 3 months. So yeah, maybe that is, again, I don't know this. So I'm not saying that, hey, you have time to take advantage of the 40% off deal. I'm not saying that. I have no inside information. I'm just thinking out loud right now, speculating. They did maintenance all weekend from 4 p.m. Well, Kyle, the markets are closed. That's why they did. Remember, Kyle, the futures market closes at 6 p.m. Eastern on Friday and opens back up at Sunday night at 6 p.m. Eastern. So that's why they did maintenance, because the futures market is open 23 hours a day, 6 days a week, if you're not familiar. So you in other words, Kyle, you missed nothing. You did not miss any trading. Yeah, this is seemingly pretty strong, so I am leaning more and more towards just not even bothering with the short, as it seems to be doing a good job of respecting that pivot point. So I'm not going to say I'm totally abandoning any sort of short-sided trade plan, but I'm pretty close. I'm pretty close. If you see something that you think I'm overlooking, then by all means, let me know in the chat. I'd be happy to consider your thoughts. Yeah, like I said, I'm not fully abandoned. This is getting a little interesting. It's so tiring. Like I remember somebody saying something about Trump. Is he gonna still speak, or is that already come and gone? Very light on the news. So there's not even any afternoon news. Okay. I've been a long invested for years, mainly bet on solid companies during down cycles. Really interested in these futures, but I know nothing about reading short window charts like this. Well, I mean, do you use charts for your investing, Desert Rider? It sounds like you do, but I don't want to assume. So do you already use charts for your long-term investments? Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, I'm just not going to go short. This 5 minute is really starting to. Is this going to be one of these slow and steady grinds the rest of the day? Okay, well, Desert Rider, then you already know how to use charts. The only difference for you, instead of looking at, let's just say, a daily time frame, so instead of each one of these candlesticks representing, let's just say, a day, no, each one maybe represents 5 minutes. I mean, everything else is the same. Patterns are the same. Everything's the same. It just happens to be the time frame is different. But that is why learning charts are so powerful, because you can go from day trading to swing trading to investing, or you can do all three at once. The only difference would be, yeah, you're probably using different time frames, because obviously a long-term investor is not going to care about what the price is doing every 5 minutes. But a day trader, yeah, you would care about what's happening every 5 minutes. But again, everything else is the same. A candlestick, a hammer candle is a hammer candle on whether you're using a daily time frame or a 1 minute time frame. A hammer candle is a hammer candle. And that is exactly why, like I said, I'm not going to be going short here, because things were looking a little, Right there. Okay. Oh, that mouse. I cannot wait until tomorrow when the new mouse shows up. But right there, I can see people getting a little bearish. Like I said, that 5 minute, that's the importance of multiple time frames. So yeah, Desert Rider, you are kind of creating a false hurdle for yourself. Now, I'm not saying do not do this, Desert Rider. Do not go and start like looking at a 1 minute time frame, because your mind's going to be like, wait, I'm not used to seeing candles develop so quickly. But on a 5 minute, 5 minutes is actually a long time to because your brain can process. Because I mean, a 5 minute, if you're not aware that we're looking at right here, that means that this candle, that you see moving right here is going to be moving around for 5 minutes at a time. Again, 1 minute is very, very quick. But 5 minutes, that's actually quite a bit when you just stop and think about it. So yeah, moving from, if you're used to looking at daily or, weekly time frames down to the 5 minute, I think your brain would be able to handle it no problem. Again, these are such tricky situations, because this candle here looking like it might have an upper shadow, and it's like, okay, upper shadow, we want to go down. It's like, but do ya? Do ya? Because there's an upper shadow, a slight little move down. There's an upper shadow. There's an upper shadow. Notice that one higher. Here's an upper shadow. But do ya? Do you really want to go down, or are you trying to sucker me in? Just like that. See? See? But why aren't you getting long, Clay? Good question. Fair question. Because going long right now seems like a total FOMO. Like it seems like I'm chasing the price. So that is why in these sorts of kind of grinds, there's not a whole lot for me, for my strategy, the way I kind of approach the markets, there's just not a whole lot that I can really do right now. Dominique, hello. How many charts do you have up at once? I have several. I'm only hesitating to answer because, I have, it sounds like a lot, but am I always staring at them all at once? I don't. But I have more than 5. But again, does that mean I'm looking at all 5 or all more than 5? My two main ones, I'll answer it like this. My main ones are the 2 minute and the 5 minute. Thoughts on XRP? My thought would be to slow down, Marquise. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, because you have way more learning to do. How can I tell that you are a newbie and have way more learning to do? That's a very broad question, and quite frankly, a very dangerous question. How so? Well, let's say you're asking about XRP from an investment standpoint, but then I just assume you're asking about it from a day trading standpoint. So therefore, I give you my thoughts from a day trading standpoint. That's actually very dangerous information if you're asking from an investing standpoint. Flip side, if you're asking from a day trading standpoint, and then I just assume you're asking from an investment standpoint, since you didn't specify anything, well, that's actually dangerous information, because as a day trader, what do you care about some sort of investment standpoint? So the fact that you did not know to specify that up front tells me you're a beginner, you're new, you're just getting started, which is totally fine. We all start off in that spot. So my thoughts would be you have way more learning to do, because that's a very, very dangerous question you just asked. Now, usually, most times, people come back, well, I meant from a day trading standpoint. No, too late. You've already revealed that you don't know that you don't know how to ask the question the right way. Now, had you showed up and said, hey, I'm a day trader. I use the 5-minute time frame as my main time frame. What are your thoughts on XRP? It's like, okay, this person is clearly a day trader. They even told me the time frame. Had you showed up and said, hey, I'm an investor. I'm looking at this from the long term over the next several years. What are your thoughts on XRP? Okay, now you've specified the context, the category of trader that you are. But to just say, thoughts on XRP, that is way too broad. So that is my thought. You are too new to be having any money in the market. Keep focusing on learning. Yep, and we just wait. I guess I could FOMO smartly here, but I don't know if I want to do that right now. No, yeah, I'll admit I'm new. Yeah, and there's no shame in that. There's no shame in that at all. We all start off as new, but yes, I stay focused, do more learning. If you want, I am offering this. Let me refresh this. There we go. This Thursday, if you want to join this, I think you could probably benefit quite a bit from it. Anybody else is obviously invited too. But yeah, if you want to get signed up for that, I think, I know you'd get some good value from it. So just as a FYI there. Again, right now it makes me want to go short. So let's just paper trade, and where'd my cursor go? There it is. Okay, so let's just get short here. There we go. 60. Stop is above the highs. Let's see how this one would have worked out. Again, cursor is I would have been looking for a scalpy scalp, so that might have actually been enough. I don't know. Okay, that would have been a winner then. All right. Well, I would have been just fine on that one. Oh, okay. All right. Things are getting a bit spicy here all of a sudden. Okay. Man, bummer that. Hey, Desert Rider, does that all make sense? My explanation about how charts are it is what it is, from an investment standpoint to a day trading standpoint, assuming you're still here. And bummer, Palmavara, they just left. I guess they're still off. Seeing chart patterns is where is struggle, such as bull flags. Gotcha. All right. Well, yeah. You'll definitely need to know how to read charts and stuff like that. If you want Desert Rider, check out the class that I posted. Link a couple messages up above yours. It is totally free. So if you're interested in that, make sure to sign up for it. All right. Is this maybe 52? Oh, yeah. Not even 10, but I'll do that. I'll buy at that green line here. Stop will be here. Try to get it to as it curls back up, assuming it wants to curl back up. So I'm willing to buy at that green line, but only at the green line. If it drops down below this crosshair here, then that's going to be a bit too much of a... And if it goes below this crosshair, I'll have to cancel out the trade plan because that's going to be a risk profile that's just too big for me. But as long as it stays above where this crosshair is right now, so that red line here. So as soon as I get filled, I'm going to throw in my... All right, I'm going to cancel that out. Now we'll look for maybe a new type of trade plan here. So I wanted to see it on that candle right there. This wants to come down a bit more, then come up. Maybe I'll try it again. But right now, in all actuality, I should probably just wait for it to get down to that yellow line. Again, that yellow line is representing the pivot point on the 5-minute, which we were talking about earlier. The chat box is so quiet. Freaks me out when it's so quiet. I don't like it. Looks to be bouncing off the 1-minute. You gonna get long, Kyle? Alright, I think that was my entry point, somewhere right on there. But yeah, like I said, based on the development, I'm watching for entry long. It's almost ready. Okay, what do you have? An actual entry point? That I know you're new. I think you're, at least you're new to the prop firm stuff, Robert. But if you want to give yourself a true actual representation, then I would encourage you to focus on the actual numbers. Don't just say I'm watching for a long. Define, well, where are you looking for a long? What is that actual price value? Because when you keep things broad like that, you can kind of, oh yeah, that's what I meant, close enough, and then all of a sudden your mind is having all these confirmation biases come in, and things get messy in a hurry. How can somebody explain what are these king things showing up? So like these, this is new since I've been back. Did YouTube add this? What are these? Does anybody know? Or am I the only, do you guys even see these? Do we have any idea? Could somebody explain what those are? It says top fans. I mean, when I click on it, it doesn't even do anything. It says top fans. I don't know. That doesn't make sense, though, because there's other people like that I would think would have them, but they don't. And what do the numbers next to them mean? I thought they were a reference to, no, it's a YouTube thing. You don't see them? So, yes, I do. Yep. A lot of psychology in the courses. Yeah, I don't know what those mean. It's kind of like a leaderboard for, but I don't know. Is that true? Because like, how come a lot of you interact way more than these people and let these people have those things? Maybe a moderator added them, like they've been messing with your viewers. I mean, I wouldn't think of moderator. I don't know. Click on it. A list will pop. Yeah, I don't see any list. Yeah, now I'm clicking on it. I see no list. Anyways. There's a question. YouTube added it as a feature when you have memberships active as well. But I don't have any memberships. At least I don't think I have memberships. Like, Jeff, you didn't pay for anything, right? Through YouTube, at least? I can see a list when I click in the crown. What is the list telling you? I've been subscribed for about 5 years. Oh, yeah. Okay, so maybe it's just based off channel subscriptions, not necessarily interactions in here. Looks like it is for this live stream and current chat most... Yeah, but that can't be it. Because a lot of you have contributed way more than others, yet you don't have that next to your name at all. Yeah, and now you don't have it. And you're not even subscribed. Well, what kind of scumbag are you, Marquise? What do you mean you're not subscribed? What kind of uncivilized person are you? It's based on interaction? It's not for who's chatting most. Please, you guys got to stop saying that. We've debunked that. If it is, then it's broken because there are people that are very, very interactive and that don't have it. Click on the crown. Yeah, I know. I've tried clicking on the crown. On my end, nothing happens. in a sell. Where's your stop loss at? Less mutta? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. XP. This must be something new that was added last week when I was away. Sam, who's a member of the Pride community, just sent me a screenshot that I'm looking at, and I see people with XP. Buy a super chat. Okay, so in theory, Jeff could buy a super chat for 25 XP. So Jeff, is that possible? Could you buy a super chat right now? Send live messages, send super chats, and super stickers. Okay. Yeah, it makes me think they're still working out some kinks with it, just because some of you have been very interactive. Why don't you have enough XP? Can maybe mods can't get it? Is that maybe it? Oh, that's interesting. So I'm assuming, Marquise, you just bought that with some of your XP? I don't think I clicked on that. Is that just kind of a new thing here? Maybe so. So the more you interact, you can get XP, and then with XP, apparently you can buy super chats. Because I did just get that $2, but I'm assuming, Marquis, you did not actually pay that. You just used XP. So the more I chat and donate, the higher I get. But Marquis, you didn't use $2, did you? Oh, you did pay. Well, then thank you very much. I appreciate that. So what's the benefit of the XP then? Just the crown? Is the whole idea to get the number 1 next to your crown? Oh, it's just okay, just a flex, okay. I guess that would make sense why you as viewers can see the list. Because if you as viewers can see the list, that would drive competitiveness. Like, no, I want to go up the list. So are these crowns new, or is this something that I added in? If I added it in, it was a total accident on my part. Or is this something new as of last week? Feature where the most engaged viewers are reckoning crown it. Okay, okay, sounds like the consensus is that it's new. All right, so I mean, I guess that's fine. This is new and shows up on other channels too. Thank you, GT Trades. Okay. All right, well. It just seems a little, I don't know. Because some of you like chat, which is great, which is fine. Those of you that I recognize the names, in my mind, I would have. But, it is what it is. It is what it is, brother. All right, are we looking at a double top here? 2.5K watching. Nope, we are under a bot attack. Same with the likes. The likes are not legit either. I don't know. To short or not to short? Really, how many people are actually watching? I have no idea. I do not know. Usually we're around, well, before I went on the vacation last week, we're usually around 200 people, give or take a little bit. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I guess we had some days where we creeped up. My record so far was, I think, 337 concurrent at once. But yeah, since I left on vacation, I was a little worried about that, and it does seem to have stunted the momentum we had. That was the one thing I was like, oh no, oh no. So hopefully we can get it back. But yes, right now I don't know how many viewers there actually are. But yes, usually right around 200 before the vacation. Now we're, like I said, the vacation I think kind of killed some of it, but we'll see if we can get it back. I'm thinking along right here. Some people just follow what you do even though you don't advise that. I mean, I hope not. I would like to. What the world was that? Everybody just saw that like just spike up there, right? That wasn't just me. Well, like I said, I was thinking about playing that breakout, but also in my defense, you might have to scroll back. But I mean, in like the blink of an eye, the price was up there, then all of a sudden it was back down. That was wild. Yeah, I assume some people just blindly follow. I don't advocate for that. That's not good. But I mean, I'm assuming some people do that. NQ didn't do that. No, Austin. But does your MNQ chart show it though, Austin? So hopefully it's not like unique to my. Yes, it does. Okay. So I don't know. Huh. That was strange. I don't know. Is this a fake break? By start watching you live, I finally figured out how the market after over 10 years. Maybe, Christopher, maybe. You got to remember, though, that there's probably a little bit more than meets the eye in the decisions and such that I'm making. Uh, 62. I don't really like this one per se. Yeah, too late. Doc D, hey Clay, back from I am back from vacation. That is true. That is true. I survived. Wasn't too bad of a drive. Well, I flew out from Iowa to Michigan, and then the drive back was 8 hours. Chicago was a bit sketchy, but after Chicago, man, it was clear sailing. Taking 80 across, 80 being the highway. I'm not going to confirm or deny the speed that I went at. So when I say 80, I mean the actual road. That pop was options buying. Yeah. Maybe, I mean, this is futures. But and this drop is option selling. I mean, maybe I would just classify it as supply and demand. This movement right here, demand overwhelmed supply for a brief moment, and then the supply showed up and just punched demand in the face. And now, right now, supply is still pressing against demand. In other words, there's not enough demand right now relative to the supply. Hence why the price was here and it's all the way down here. So that's how I would describe it. But I realize that's pretty boring. That doesn't make me sound very entertaining or smart when I just talk about things from a supply versus demand standpoint. Folks in Michigan fly 85.90. Yeah. Well, Frosty Ducks, I think you mean folks from Michigan, because 80 is not in Michigan. But yes, I could see that folks from Michigan fly 85 to 90 all the time down I-80. It might. I know the signs, and I know there's a sign that says Iowa, like get in these lanes, and then it does say 80. But like it also, there's another branch off that says Wisconsin. So I guess what would that be? So maybe I-94 turns into two things. Maybe that's the best way to answer that. I'm not quite sure. Trying to short from 59, looking for 40 from 59. Oh, you got in up there. Green line is a 21 EMA. Purple line is the 50 SMA. Pink line is the 200 SMA. Dotted yellow line is the VWAP. All right, quite the pullback here now. Quite the fake breakout right there. Nasty fake breakout. Angry Sushi. Who's the man? Well, I don't know. What is a man? Angry Sushi. I think we have to ask that question first, right? What is a man? We can't answer who's the man without understanding what a man is. Stop is swing high. All right, Labrador. Well, right now, so far so good. It looks like it. Looks like you said your target is 40. So Labrador needs this line to get out the way. Again, this line here on the 2-minute time frame, you can see right here, 2-minute, is representing the pivot point. You said that you punched the man. I said that I punched the man. I probably did say that. I have no idea what you're referring to, Sushi. I said that I punched the man. Yeah, I do not remember. Yeah, Judd, I am back. I am back. Survived the mean streets of Michigan. And I am back. Look at that. You can't make this stuff up. Right off of that pivot point. Yeah, somebody else, I think Ace Trades was Yellowstone. He was in Yellowstone. Yes, thank you. Yeah, that's what I said, Sushi. I said supply showed up and punched demand. Yes. Oh, I can see that. Not demand, demand. Oh, punch demand. Yeah, I can see how. I don't always speak the most clearly. My wife says I mumble sometimes, so maybe mumbling got in the way. You don't mumble on the live stream, do you? No, I don't mumble on the live stream. So that's what I told her. So that the world makes sense. Who's the man? That would make like what is this guy talking about? Who's the man? I get it. I get it. Now the world makes sense again. So either I'm mumbling or you need to get one of those candle things that clears out the earwax. Has anybody ever done that? Those things are legit. Went to St. Joseph Pizza. Nice, nice. Yeah, that's right. So you went back to Indiana then? Silver Beach, Silver Beach. Is that where there's sand dunes? Isn't that Silver? Or what am I thinking? I'm thinking of sand dunes. I don't know. Silver Beach sand dunes. I don't know if that is it or not. Did you go to sand dunes? Silver Beach sand dunes. So, oh no, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Silver Lake sand dunes. Yeah. There. Yeah. All right. So, but you said Silver Lake. Oh, I'm sorry. You said Silver Beach. Steve must be from that area of Michigan. Yes, Silver. That's what I was thinking of right here. Silver Lake sand dunes. Yeah. Well, come on. Show us the sand dunes. Dunes. Nobody wants to see the, yeah. So people bring all this sort of stuff, but anyways, yes. All right, we are at the level here. I will take this for a long, right up. Let's go with 3. Well, I don't want it to push down too far. So I'll get long if it wants to come up to that green line. Now, if it drops below the red line, that's going to be changing my risk profile too much. And I am so close to getting in. There we go. I am in. Let's see if we can get some push upwards now. Price action spanks people, then go in the wrong direction. Yeah, well, hopefully I don't get spanked here. Well, I'm not. I have a stop loss in. Oh, what was that? Man. What? Whew. Welcome to the life of a trader. One moment I'm thinking, here we go. And then that quick dumped right on me. There's why we want to use stop losses, folks. Good grief. Man, that is wild. That's why trading is quite the emotional game. Talk about like just the emotions of that. I mean, that was a beautiful, beautiful looking situation. I was actually slightly in the green. Had a great hammer candle. I was slightly in the green thinking, here we go. And then, I mean, you all saw it play out. Then literally, I don't know, 5 seconds later, boom, trade is over, losing trade. Good job, Labrador. Congrats on the short. Well done. Man. Oh, sometimes laughter is the best medicine. Goodness. Well, I got to be a little careful right now. That was kind of that was very irritating. Which psychology-wise makes sense, right? I mean, to think that like literally one moment you're thinking things are looking great. I'm going to make money on this. It's just really a question how much money. I mean, this thing's going to go. And then quite literally 5 seconds later, nope, I was wrong, lost money. Like that's frustrating. That makes me kind of irritated. So got to be careful now. Got to be careful. Don't want to go revenge trade, force a trade. Maybe things like that do not affect you. If that is true, I'm actually quite jealous of you. Like that's awesome. But for me, that was very irritating in all actuality. One moment I'm green, not hugely green, but green with a great looking situation, and then just like that. I had my stop loss. You'll have to just scroll back. My stop loss was a red line. What's the XP thing? Yeah, it's something new, I guess, Jim. We were discussing that a little while ago. Yeah, something new that I do not quite understand. See, now this is where the tilt voices want to show up. Because I get stopped out, and now if this thing recovers and goes back green, I'm gonna be that much more frustrated. Oh, weird. I want to win. Yeah, I guess you just have to talk a lot. I think they mentioned, I don't know what stickers are. Yeah. Does anybody know what a sticker is? What's the purple line on your chart? That is the 50 period simple moving average. But check this out over on the 5 minute. The green line is the 21 EMA. Look at that. Again, I realize this means nothing if you're new to the live stream, but anybody that has experience with the live stream, you know that around here we like the 21 EMA. Not that it's a holy grail. There are no holy grails, but yet again, another great example of the 21 EMA striking again. So that actually was a good example of how you had good solid confluence. On the 2 minute, you had the 50 period. On the 5 minute, you had the 21. So does that guarantee that there's always going to be a bounce? It doesn't. No guarantees, but hopefully nobody is shocked by that. Like, whoa, I can't believe it bounced from there. I did not see that coming. That is a shocker. If that is you, then I would say that you probably have some more chart vision development that you need to work on. Again, I want to reiterate, that's not guaranteed to happen, but at the same time, I would hope that you're not shocked to see that sort of movement happen. Hopefully we don't get spanked here. Well, the only people that get spanked are those, well, let me take a step back. Assuming that Trump doesn't tweet something out of nowhere, that can create a spanking even with a stop loss because of slippage. But assuming you're using a stop loss, you won't get spanked. Holy Grail equals stop loss and risk management. Agreed. Just because I can't help myself, I would say a stop loss falls under the umbrella of risk management. But I agree. Those two things are definitely the Holy Grail. 100% agree. Does anybody know what stickers are, though? Because somebody showed a comment and said it's apparently the way you can get more XP is commenting, super chats, and then stickers. What is a sticker? And do you have to pay for a sticker? I know stickers aren't new, but oh, you got to be kidding me. All right, so this is where I am now on tilt warning. If you missed it, I was in the trade right here. I mean, it was looking beautiful. It was looking really good. I was in the green, and then like 5 seconds later, no joke. You can go back and watch if you don't believe me. No, I'm not offended. You can go back and watch, and then like 5 seconds later, this move down here took me out. And now to see it return right back upwards, where I would be in the green, is not a good feeling. A sticker is like a massive emoji that you pay okay. So a sticker is like another super chat type thing. Gotcha. Hey, bot guy, buy some stickers. No, Jim, I don't think that's a sticker. I don't think you get anything for that. But what do I know? I don't know. Stickers are super chats, but just emojis, no text. Gotcha. Well, this trend line here may be coming back into play. You have like 43 kids and don't know what a sticker is. I have them all over my house. That is true. Stickers are definitely dangerous. Unsupervised kids and stickers. You can find stickers in some pretty wild places. Thank you, Marquise. Thank you, Travis. So those are stickers. Is that a pair? P-E-A-R, pair with a mic drop? That's funny. Oh, and that just got you number 1, Travis. Oh, you just dethroned Marquise. Marquise is not going to be happy about that. He was taking that number 1 spot very seriously. You just dethroned him. Oh, KC has had her crowns removed. Wow. Savage movement here. Again, 5 minutes looking pretty interesting. You got the big old hammer candle here. Yeah, they bumped me, but no, they have me chasing their tail. It's like an auction for first place then. Oh, Marquise, he's trying to come back. He's coming for you, Travis. Oh, only number 2. Travis, he ain't messing around. I guess he met the mic drop thing. I kind of like this. Because while we just stall and wait, from my live streaming perspective, sometimes because I don't want it to be awkward silence. I want to be talking. But sometimes it's a little bit of a challenge. What are we going to talk about? But like during these moments where we're just kind of waiting to see what the price wants to do, I kind of like this because now it becomes like a competition and it gives me something to talk about. To gain experience on YouTube, you need to focus on strategies that increase engagement, watch time, and channel growth. Why does that sound like a Chat GPT response? I was at X, and now I'm at. Yeah, I think the more you talk, it sounds like the steroid injections are the stickers and the super chats. But yes, if you comment, those are also ways to get it. Wait, can mods get crowns? Maybe not. Maybe that's the hiccup. Maybe mods cannot get crowns. I don't know if I like this or not. I mean, it's kind of funny, but at the same time, I don't know. Is it a distraction? I don't know. I don't know. But it is kind of funny. What are we even doing? I don't right now. Yeah, right now, price wise, just kind of waiting to see what it wants to do. I'm still curious about this, but if you mean what are we even doing right now, I guess we're just shooting the breeze while we wait. One of you just needs to be like Nathan. What was that? 2 weeks ago, when Nathan dropped the $100 super, or was it a 50? No, it was a $100 super chat. If somebody drops a $100 super chat, I would assume you're cemented at number one. For how long? I wonder how that works. Does it reset every live stream? I don't know. Clay, I've heard the higher time frame, the larger your stops have to be. I trade 15-minute time frames. You trade. I mean, Mikey, help me understand this, Mikey. You are so not new. You are so not new to this live stream. So I come at this from a strictly curious standpoint, as I'm a curious individual. How in the world do you not know the time frames that I'm trading? Again, when I recognize your name, Mikey, you are not you're not even close to being new to this live stream. How do you still not know to answer that question? Again, I'm not upset about it. I am perplexed by it. Therefore, I'm now very curious. KC, come on. KC is getting just hammered right now. I don't even know how I got one, but I'm still hunting strong at number 3. Nobody knows anything. I think all we know is that super chats and stickers seem to provide jet fuel. All right, we're getting a bit of a pullback here now. I am going to try down here. There we go. I'm going to buy at the green line. Stop is at the red line. Let's see if we can get a bounce off of that area. Again, I'm looking to buy at the green line. Stop is at the red line. Do I have a Discord? I do. I do. Let's see. Wait, you're the guy, Marquise, you're the guy that stopped by and asked XRP thoughts. And then I told you, hey, man, you probably got a lot to use. Like, a lot of people, they're so offended by my answer. You actually were not offended, and now you're, like, participating a lot. Good on you. That just dawned on me. You're the guy that showed up kind of asking that dangerous question. And when I answered it, you did not get all offended and upset. Like, some people do. I've answered that, and then they're like, wait, what? But you did the exact opposite. So shout out to you. With your, I appreciate you being able to act like an adult and take like constructive criticism as it was intended. Just, hey, let me help you be constructive here. Subway. I haven't been to Subway in a long time. Well, I appreciate that, Mark. Seeing all these test crowns has the theme for fairly odd parents running through my head. I have older... I mean, Travis, you just owned it, man. You're just number one. Sometimes I forget these things, Clay. I just find it curious because I see you use 2-minute and others use 3-minute. But then just use, Mikey, does the 1, 5, 15, and 60 work for you in the day, Mikey? Does that work for you? That's my question. So I'm going to answer your question with a question. Do those work for you? Yeah, no participation trophies. You're only 19. That's even more impressive. Those 19-year-olds have just so much testosterone surging through their bodies that they're like, wait, what? Did you say something that... So good on you. That's even more impressive. You'll have a bright future ahead of you with that kind of attitude if you're only 19. Good for you. Good for you. I think you mean I tried the 4-hour last week for a day, and wow, that that didn't work. Again, I'm trying to get long at this green line here if it wants to come down a little bit more. They work for me. There you go. But I'm always looking at ways. What if, no? If they work for you, then stick with what works. If you like the 1 minute and 5 minute, then go for it. But I mean, right here, this is also what is confusing, Mikey. My time frame is right there, my friend. You should know that you could look up there at any point and see the 2M, which is the 2 minute. So Mikey must be cheating on me. Mikey, are you going around looking at a bunch of other live streams? Your loyalty is supposed to be 100% here. Are you cheating on me, Mikey? Are you a player? I think Mikey's a player. Oh, the guilt trip is already there. You're hurting my feelings. You're cheating on me, Mikey. You're cheating on me. Come on. Come on. Get down to that green line. Exactly. How could you, Mike? No, it's Mikey. Hey, Desert Rider, I say this with all due respect, but what's going through my mind is not going to really be explainable here. So I'd encourage you to sign up for this. Desert Rider. Totally free. I mean, I could tell you what's going through my mind, but it's not going to make any sense to you at all. All right, here we go. Coming down to the green line. Move it down a little bit more now. Very, very tight stop. Let's see if I can get a little bit of a hammer off that area. You know what, in fact, let's do this instead. Let me wait for confirmation here first. And if it wants to come down and then come back up, I'm also looking over here at the 5 minute. We have the 21 EMA right there. I've explained to people my mouse is basically dying. So you don't see a whole lot of it, but behind the scenes, man, I cannot wait until the mouse shows up. I think I'll have to experience tomorrow being very annoyed also. But, okay. Stop talking, Clay. Stop talking, boy. All right, come on, boy. You want a piece of me, boy? Yes, I'm talking trash to the market right now. Come on, boy. All right, let's rumble, boy. Okay. No, never mind. Never mind. I don't want to say the subscription is a bit expensive because I bet it holds a lot of, but it's something I don't know. No, it's fair enough. Yep, class will help you for sure. Make sure that you're focused on the things that need to be focused on. Make sure you don't have any faulty mentalities. Very, very interesting point right now. Do we get a move back up through? Explain faulty mentalities. Attend the class. There you go. The class speaks about some approaches people have that I would define as a faulty mentality, and then I explain why those mentalities may make sense, but they're actually faulty. Oh, quite the bounce. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that level. Did anybody play that? If you did, good job. Congratulations. Good maneuver on your part. I obviously was thinking of it, but in hindsight, I guess I got too high maintenance. But again, that's hindsight confirmation bias, because had the price just collapsed, I would be sitting here saying, man, I'm glad I got high maintenance about it. So, yeah, it's always easy to explain the situation after the situation has already happened. I did $100. Oh, okay, you did. Good. Congrats, Curtis. And I recognize that name. So good to see you, Curtis. At least I think I think you've been here before. I could be wrong though. It's rare. It's rare that I'm wrong. There are two types of people in this world: non-perfect people and me. Okay? The sooner you remember that, the sooner you're gonna enjoy life. And the crazy part is, I probably just lost a couple viewers because they're like, this person is so arrogant. It's like, come on. Come on, don't be like my 3-year-old that doesn't quite understand, that doesn't understand sarcasm. Hey, all right, I got to get Red Tiger. Red Tiger, I'm turning you into a moderator. So obviously you have no obligations, but if you're around, you see something crazy that needs to be deleted, fire away, please. I know I have some other people that I want to add as mods, but it's one of those things where it's like, I don't remember who they are, but as soon as I see the name, I'm going to be like, ah, yes. So again, no obligation. No obligation, Red Tiger, but if you are around and you see something that's just crazy that you know violates the general culture around here, delete. Please don't ban anybody, though. I'll leave the bans up to me. My economics teacher pushed so hard to get into investing. Yep, investing is a good thing. He said the biggest thing at our age is just to save and invest. Again, I agree. Yep. I agree with that. But the nice thing about what I preach around, I'm a big believer in multiple streams of income, which means it's not an either or. It's not a, no, you can invest, you can get into trading at the same time. And especially with prop firms, man, you can get into trading for very, very minimal amounts of money and very, very low risk, which is the power of Pam's plant. I joined Take Profit Trader, currently working up on getting funded, up 486. Excellent, Curtis, excellent. Are we about to go into another hour of chop or chop till end of day? That's a more than valid question, MJ. And I have no answers. I have no answers. Other than the fireman is whispering in my ear to think about maybe getting long around 36. But I don't know if that's quality gut instincts or if that's some bad Taco Bell I had, you know? Yeah, no, that's a good question. How much money? Well, that's the nice thing about futures and Pam's plant, which is what we're doing here. Pam's plant, just an argument of day trading futures through a prop firm. So futures are great for you, especially if you don't have a whole lot of money, because there is no pattern day trader rule. See what I mean about the cursor? See how that just died on me? Let's try it again. But the pattern day trader rule, there is none. And then when you go through the prop firm, the nice thing about the prop firm is the low capital required. So you could become a day trader being defined as having unlimited day trades. So you could do that for as low as, so if you got 25K in purchasing power, it would cost you $90. So $90 gets you 25K in purchasing power. So, and not to mention futures just move better than anything else. So as far as day trading stocks or options or crypto or Forex, futures, they move better than all those things. Futures are where it's at. And yes, maybe I'll come across as complaining here, or like now getting, oh great, here comes the old man. But like when I got started back in, I don't know, we'll call it 2006, there wasn't anything such as prop firms. So you just had to go out there and get kicked in the teeth. You had to deal with a pattern day trader rule. You had to deal with all that nonsense. But Nowadays, man, people have it. They're in a much different spot than some of us old timers were. You know, that got involved back even 5-6 years ago. So it's not like it's got to be 2006. I mean, even just several years ago. I don't know, even just maybe 3 years ago. How much can you lose though? I feel tilt coming on. Well, then you better close it down, Drew. Out of your pocket. So if you go and during the test phase, if you lose $1,500 within your account within the test phase, you don't lose $1,500. You would only lose your account, meaning you just lost what you paid for the account. So if they take the account away from you because you break the rule being don't lose more than $1,500, well then you would be out. See what I mean about the cursor? Then you would be out $90. So that's what I mean here about Pam's plant, about how you have that added risk control, specifically how you protect your own money. How do you protect your own money? Well, as you just saw, very little of your money is in harm's way anyways, because you know, at the lower end of things, you have literally $90 at risk. My last trade of the day limit. All right, Christopher. Hopefully it works out for you. That seems too good to be true. I know. It does seem too good to be true. It's not though. It's not. That's why I'm at 100% win rate. Everybody here on the live stream that has gone and tried Pam's plant has come back and said, "Wow. Yeah, it's great. It makes a lot of sense." In fact, who was it earlier? Oh, I already forgot their name. Dustin, and then somebody else. Oh, it's gonna bother me now. Yeah. Dustin and somebody else came back and said, "Hey man, I've been doing Pam's plant. Again, Pam's plant, just day trading futures through a prop firm. It's great. I love it." How often do you stream? I stream every day at 11 a.m. Eastern. Earlier you mentioned you're not a subscriber. Make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications because oftentimes I'll show up early. So if you want to know exactly when I do go live, then by subscribing and turning on notifications, that'll help you out in that regard. Good. Well, thank you for the sub. I don't know. Choices. Is this a short below that wedge? I don't know, brother. $5-minute has me kind of sketched out, so I'm not going to take that short of the wedge. But like I said, if you were like, no, I'm gonna take that short. I want to call you crazy, but I'm gonna have to pass on it from the short side. I still got to be a little careful. I feel better. I do feel better, but there is still that voice that has me frustrated from what was that trade? That last trade, like right there, where it stopped me out just to go bounce back upwards. That would have been a suitable gain. So I'm still a little irritated by that, but I am feeling better about it. So I don't think I'm on tilt watch anymore. But I'll be careful. I'll continue to assess my mental. It's awesome to see you live session. Good, thank you. I'm glad that it's awesome. If it's awesome, make sure you hit that like button. I got to start to pit people against one another. Like, who's going to take over the number one crown from Travis? Come on. Who's going to take that number one crown? Let's go. Rumor on the street is a $10,000 super chat. You get the number one crown, which is clearly worth $10,000. Like, no brainer. Oh, so tight. Tight little range. right, we have some, I don't know, the 5 minutes just getting so, just pretty tight little range here. Has Travis commented a lot? No, man, he just dropped, whoops, what? See what this mouse, goodness. Now it's just getting ridiculous. I know, he dropped a super chat. Yeah, he dropped the $5 sticker with the mic drop. So he just mic dropped everybody. Tori, I'm new here. Well, it's great to have you, Tori. Great to have you. I want to learn how to trade. Fantastic. Well, it's good to have you here. I want my mouse to work. Is this Forex or crypto? Neither. It's futures. Futures make crypto and Forex look like absolute paint drying in the category of day trading. Uh-oh. JJ Maxx, he's coming for it. Uh-oh. Marquise is down to number 3 now. JJ ain't messing around. Oh, he's number 2. Wow. Travis is just solidified somehow the number 1 spot. Which is better to learn for a beginner? Forex, futures, or crypto? Futures. Especially with Pam's plant. With Pam's plant, you're going to have you're going to get a much better bang for your dollar in terms of learning. Oh, JJ. I think. Oh, JJ number 1. JJ, welcome to the King of the Hill. JJ is now royalty around here. Show him some respect. Man, this tight little range here. You guys just better show. You guys just need to hope that Nathan doesn't show up. Because Nathan, he's been known to bring the hammer. If Nathan shows up and is like, I'll take that number 1 spot. Like I said, he's the guy that last week or 2 weeks ago dropped like $100 one. I don't know. I really want to short this, but the 5 minute has me shorting the breakdown here then puts me into the lows of these candles. And these lows are created because demand, buyers showed up. Now, are the buyers still hanging around down there? Is there still demand down there? Nobody knows that, but to get short right when there very well could still be buyers hanging around, that's got me freaked out. So I'm not gonna go short on the breakdown of this pattern here. Seriously though, I predict there will be super chats on all of. I get. It seems like a pretty smart move because YouTube gets what I think 30% of the super chat. So on that note, please, and in all seriousness, not that I thought anybody would, but don't donate $100 here. Come over here to my private community and do the $100 here. And that at least with the $100 here, you get 3 months access to my private community. And just from from a logistics standpoint, you're getting again $100 here would give you the crown. But just there it goes. All right, I want to get short right now. I can't do it though. Stay disciplined. I'm gonna sit on my hands. I really hope this bounces so I don't look like a total moron. But if you are shorting that, I do hope. Well, assuming you didn't go long there, I try not to root against people in the chat, but If you did go short there and nobody went long, then yeah, hopefully this thing, I'll put my ego aside. Hopefully this thing breaks down. Twitch always had a leaderboard for donations, but it's cool. You could be number one if you chat often and attend. Yeah. Looking to buy 3 minis at 23. Sell 2. Nice that. R.W. Brown. That's an alert right there. That's somebody putting it all out there for everybody to see all ahead of time. I love it. Even if you're wrong, no shame there. Yeah, that's what I was wondering already too, JJ, is does this, my guess is it does not transfer to the next live stream, but that is pure conjecture on my part. I don't know. Do we get the crown in your heart if we buy the subscription? I mean, no, you're not going to get the crown in my heart because a lot of people have bought the subscription. So that doesn't necessarily make you unique at all. I was just throwing out there that, hey, before you consider dropping the $100 super chat in here, consider you could literally use that at my site to get membership to the private community, which I will point out. So I'm going to use this as an advantage to, all right. So right here, how does the private room work? Why would I do that when you're doing the live stream? Well, the thing is, I don't do the live stream at the open. But like this was this morning to the private community right here. This trend line right here, I had drawn. And then I just said, is this the breakout trend line here headed into the open? So that was my comment on it right there. There's the trend line. So this was all, like I said, a little bit before the New York Open. And that was basically this trend line right there. And you can see that it broke that trend line and then ba-boom. So right there, a lot of $99 subscriptions were paid for on one single trade. Because that was, no, I'm not saying anybody traded it perfectly. But that move went from, like I said, the trend line here all the way up to right here. So what was that actually? Yeah, a good about, I don't know, 75-point move. So there you go. That is kind of how the chat room works if you are actually interested in it. So I didn't necessarily mean to turn that into some sales pitch, but Mark, he brought it up. That's all. Yeah, that's true too, Casey. Because YouTube does get like 30% of the live what do they call it? Super chats and stickers and Snickers and everything else. Do you get more than 90% when we buy this? Yeah. I think I get. I don't know. I don't know off the top. I want to say I get 97%. Because the payment providers, if you use PayPal, they take a portion, and then we use Stripe, so they'll take a portion. I don't know what that is off the top of my head, but it's definitely more than 90%. Yeah. Because I would say, adios, muchacho, if they were trying to take more than 10%. Don't mind me, just trying to check a couple emails while I do this. What's your thoughts on scalp trading? Oh, I like scalp trading. I like myself a scalpy scalp. Yes. Uncle Sam gets. That's just kind of the baked-in assumption. So yes. Before Uncle steps in, I do get a. I do technically, I'll get less than 10%. But yes, just strictly from a fee standpoint. Going through the website itself, more passes through to my kids, So that is exactly why I did not want to short right here. There is a breakdown, but as I was explaining earlier, via the 5-minute, that was basically shorting the breakdown right into what had previously been a category of, or an area of buying, and where the buyers are still apparently hanging around down there. Carol, Super Trader, great. Well, thank you, Carol. You seem to be new to the channel or the live stream, so welcome. Good to have you. I think I'd remember a name like Carol Super Trader. And also Desert Rider. Scalp trading, you could probably ask 10 traders what is scalp trading, and you could very realistically get 10 different answers. So yeah, just throwing that out there. For me, I think scalp trading is great, but we could very well be defining it differently too, because I don't think there is actually a universal. If there is, I'm not necessarily aware of it, but a universal definition of scalp trading, quote unquote. Would it be a good maneuver to take profits from futures to place? I mean, I just broadly speaking, yes, but there's probably a little bit more nuance to it, because I mean, everybody's going to have different financial goals, different strategies, different points in their life. But yes, generally speaking, I would say yes, it's a good maneuver. But again, that is Casey from a very just broad standpoint without understanding more of the nuances. Ooh, we're right at the trend line here. Oh, I missed it. Well, that green line that showed up, that was my attempted buy. But it just left me in its dust. Uh-oh. Carol Super Trader, are you a bot? Carol Super Trader, if you don't mind, could you type ABC in the chat box? ABC, Carol Super Trader. Would you mind typing ABC in the chat box? Okay, all right. I'm walking away green, 909 times 3. Are these pro accounts or what, Drew? Or are these are these just in the process of passing? No, not kinda, Carl. You showed up, said great trading, which was nice, but then all of a sudden you seem to have launched into like almost a sales pitch for a prop firm. To be fair, you didn't name the prop firm, but it seemed a little maybe bot-like to say great trading and then all of a sudden start talking about a prop firm. My average trade's like 15 seconds. Do you think NQ will pull back to VWAP? Isn't that really far down? That would be quite the move. So I'm gonna just go ahead and say no. Do you think NQ will pull back to VWAP? I do not think so. But I also don't think that's a very gutsy call on my part, given the price is way up here and VWAP is all the way down here. So that would essentially require a 100-point drop. I mean, yeah, of course that could happen, but on a day like today where it hasn't been the most volatile, I'm going to, like I said, make the non-gutsy call and say no. I don't think that it will pull back to VWAP, given that it would require a 100-point move. Although, to be fair, you did not, Bill, you did not actually specify a time. So what are you asking about? Like in the next hour, the next 10 minutes, the next week? So you kind of asked a pretty open-ended question there now that I look at it again. Do you think 15-minute fib will retrace? Well, I don't know. I don't know. These seem like answers that you should have already in your mind. Like, what do you think? You're the one that's making these trades. When is the daily trade recap going to be posted? I do a top 10 stocks at the end of every day, so I don't know if that's what you're asking about. But yeah, that'll be posted around the close. I think it will. Then you know what? That's all that matters. Who cares about my opinion or anybody else's opinion? If you think it's going to go and you have reasons and you have a strategy that suggests your reasons give you an edge, then stick with that, my friend. Do you use other prop firms? No, I use Take Profit Trader. Now I do recommend for intermediate and advanced prop firm traders. I do say Apex is a good way to go about it. But for the beginner, and I'm assuming that my audience are beginners to the world of prop firm trading, because that's who I'm ultimately trying to attract. I'm trying to make people aware that there's a better way to go about day trading compared to day trading options or stocks or forex or crypto. So because of that assumption, I want to give people the smoothest experience possible, and I think Take Profit Trader gives the smoothest experience possible. Not to mention, I think they're the best prop firm out there anyways, especially when you factor in their payment policy and all that good stuff. It will for sure retrace to a nice number of 23,000. Oh boy. So you're one of those people, huh? Bill, should we put the liar line out there for you? We might need the liar line. So you said it will for sure go to here. What kind of time frame are you saying that it will for sure retrace down there, Bill? Or do you want to rephrase your question and remove for sure from it? Yes, yeah. Z, I only trade futures now. Yep. I used to day trade stocks and options for years upon years upon years, but then back in November, my community finally convinced me to move on over to futures, and I'm kind of upset at myself that it took me that long, because futures are way, and again, in the category of day trading, futures are so much better than day trading stocks or day trading options. So much better for a variety of reasons. All of these reasons mathematically provable. Carol would like to get to 23,000 and lower. Yeah, I mean, if you're short, I would assume that, yeah, the lower the better. Do you have daily profit targets? No, I think profit targets, for me, play too many mind games. And that's not necessarily even daily profit targets. I think weekly profit targets, monthly profit target, all profit targets play too many mind games. Again, for me. So I'm not against them per se. Like if your mind can handle it, fine. But my mind, any sort of profit target, it creates new voices in my head, and I already have enough voices in my head that I'm battling against. So I more so just say don't focus on a number. On a target, just focus on good trades, trading your setups, taking advantage where your situation, your strategy has an edge. That's what I think is the better way to go about it. But like I said, I'm not saying that is that's just my opinion and how my mind works. That's kind of my personal goals. I'm not looking to make a certain amount. I'm looking to just try to manage risk and take proper trades. Uh-oh, is Drew? Drew might be looking. He might be hunting for that #1 crown. Marquis has JJ's voice in his head right now, since he knocked him down to #3. Joy or JJ playing mind games with people now. That's good stuff. Okay, I will say that I'll be a fan if people have a good attitude about it. Well, I don't know. I guess from a business standpoint, I don't want people to have a good attitude about it. I want them to get very upset and competitive, because then that just drives in super chats. I don't know. There's like a conflict of interest here. What is YouTube trying to do? Are they trying to turn their streamers into like, let me just try to create tension and create like, I don't know. I guess it's all in good fun though. A few bucks here or there, I would assume and hope doesn't drive into the poorhouse. Why would futures be better than NAS 100 as a once-off payment? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Gary L. As a once-off payment on a prop. Well, I mean, yeah, I think once-off payment assuming I'm understanding your question right, I'd rather have a once-off payment because then I know what my risk is up front and it's very low. But I don't know if that's what you mean it by. But like I said, from a prop firm standpoint, if I know I'm going to go and buy, get 50K in purchasing power, then I know my risk up front is 102. right? Assuming that I'm going to pass the test within 1 month, which is what your goal should be. And it's a very, very possible goal because futures move very quickly. But to me, I like that. The one-time payment, 102, I know that is my risk because I know that if I fail the test or if I blow up my pro account, either way, I lose my account. Therefore, the only amount I actually lose is the cost of the account, which in this situation would be 102. So again, use code CLAY at checkout so you get the 40% off. But like I said, I'm not sure if that's what you mean by one-time payment. I've been doing 1 NQ on the 5-minute. I figured all I would need to break is 3.1 tick. I've come close to my profit target for the day, only to lose it because I waited too long in a trade. Yeah, that's another mind game it can play, JJ, for sure. I mean, there's just many ways that a profit target can play mind games with you. That's one too. It causes you to hold longer than you actually should because you're oh so close to your profit target. So, okay, well, I shouldn't still be in this trade, but look how close I am to my profit target. Therefore, I'll just hold. It's like, okay, no, you just admitted you should be out of the trade. And the only reason why you're in the trade is because you're so close to some arbitrary profit target number. So futures is monthly prop payment. No, that's not, no, Gary. With Take Profit Trader, it is not a monthly payment. It's only monthly during the test phase, which is why I say aim to pass within 1 month. Because after you pass, then you're done. With Take Profit, now other prop firms, maybe you have to keep on paying. But with Take Profit Trader, you don't. Once you pass the test and you go from test to pro, once you're in these accounts here, there are no more monthly payments. You still get live data, you still get real-time data, whatever you want to call it, but you're not paying anything more on a monthly basis. And CFDs are just nasty, nasty buggers. Now, I understand if you're in a country and literally, your only option is to trade CFDs, then so be it. But like if you have a choice to not trade CFDs, then run. Run far away from CFDs. What percentage do they take? Right here. In the pro, well, they take 20. Pro Plus, they take 10. Now, here's the thing that I know some of you get sick of me saying it, but I can see people saying, because this is the one critique where I understand, well, Clay, why would I ever do a prop firm? If I use my own money, I get to keep 100% of the gains. That is true, but if you use your own money, you also get to keep 100% of something else. So as always, I'll ask the question here. What else do you get to keep 100% of? So again, that is true. If you use a prop firm, you don't get to keep 100% of the gains. If you do use your own money, you do get to keep 100% of your gains, but you also get to keep 100% of something else. What is the something else that you get to keep? Very good. Yes, you also get to keep 100% of the risk, 100% of the losses. And for me, given my whole thesis is that risk management is the core pillar of trading success, I would rather have some downside protection. And that's what a prop firm is going to give you. So yes, to be fair, you don't get to keep 100% of your gains. But you know what? I'll sacrifice 20% of gains or 10% of gains in order for a whole lot of downside protection against myself because I can only speak for myself, but sometimes I just have real bad days. I go on tilt, I FOMO, I revenge trade, I force trades, I overtrade. Or in this new day and age with Trump, you know, the Trump market, the man likes to tweet, and sometimes his tweets can help you out or it could really, really go against you and create a very nasty situation. And if that's your real money on the line, man, it could be really bad, even with a stop, because you get slippage and all that. My sadness of losing 25K. No, you would not lose 25K. If you fail the 25K purchasing power account, if you lose 1,500, then you have failed. But again, does that mean you lost $1,500 out of your pocket? Do you owe them $1,500? No. They just take the account away from you, which would be $90. So your risk is $90. There are prop firms for everybody. Yeah. I'd also, Gary, might want to check out Apex. Now, the one warning is Apex is definitely not beginner friendly. In the prop firm world, I'll say it again, Apex is not beginner friendly. But again, if you said you're from South Africa, and yeah, South Africa is Take Profit Trader, you can't use them. And I don't know if you can use them with Apex either, but that's just one thing. Go very, very, very slowly with Apex as a beginner because they are not beginner friendly. But they've been around, they have a track record. So that's why if you're already intermediate or advanced, then yeah, fine, go with Apex. But no matter what category you're in, beginner, intermediate, or advanced prop firm trader, I mean, Take Profit Trader is the way to go, especially these. It's always funny to see people that have experience with other prop firms, and then they come Take Profit Trader, and they get to the pro account, and then they're able to request money every single day if they want, in any amount that they want. They're like, whoa, this is like, it feels like a, like it almost feels like a scam. I'm able to request money every single day. This is great. So yeah, you could consider that, Gary. Apex. Withdraw any amount they want. There's got to be, no, there's not, Dr. Zay. That's what I mean, Dr. Zay. No. You can request, again, that's their big claim to, like, that's your competitive advantage. Pro account, request daily payouts. Any amount you want. There is no cap. Is that $90 a one-time fee? No. Well, yeah, aim for it to be. What do I mean by that? Well, this is for your, so during the test phase, it is $90 per month. But after you pass the test and move into your pro account, there are no more monthly fees. So that's why I say aim to pass the test within 1 month. And that way you don't have to worry about, paying that fee again. So it is a monthly fee only during the test phase, which again is why I say aim to pass the test in 1 month. Which again, I realize I'm like, well, on that one, I've never made $1,500 in a month before. In some ways, you just got to trust me or trust other people in the chat because of this fact right here about futures and how they move. You can make $1,500 in a month because boy, oh boy, do futures move, and they can move very quickly. So it is again, I'm not saying easy, but it is more than reasonable and realistic to be able to pass within a month. You're welcome, Dr. Zay. I appreciate you asking questions. How does the prop payouts handle the back end? Well, very nicely. That's one of the great things here. As far as the prop firm, tax reporting, there's the mouse again. Can't wait to my new mouse tomorrow. Look at that. My mouse is literally dying in the prop. We're witnessing my mouse dying. There we go. Tax reporting is easy because all I do is send you a 1099. That's it. So you give your accountant one piece of paper, the 1099. So that is how they are reported. Any money that you withdraw from the prop firm into your bank account will ultimately be a 1099. Do they reset your account balance after 30 days? Yeah, they'll reset your account unless you cancel the account, Cal. Hey, Apex Trades, good to see you. If you do it within the month, you're only needing to shoot to make about $50. Yeah, exactly, Casey. And again, if you've never traded futures, that doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot, but I think a lot of people here can attest to, yeah, $50 a day in futures is quite realistic. Is quite realistic. Good questions, though. Very good questions. All right. I don't know. This is kind of, and this looks good for a potential. This mouse is going to be the end of me. Okay, we still got a little ways. This isn't. I'm just going to go with one, just because it's kind of a FOMO trade here. All right, and again, I am FOMOing wisely. How is this a wise FOMO? Maybe it sounds like a contradiction. Well, that is the power of prop firms. 3 layers to my risk-controlled FOMO. Layer number 1, this is all in a prop firm. So prop firms, as I've discussed several times now, you have that built-in risk control. Second, I'm doing the MNQ. MNQ within the world of futures is a slower moving contract that you can choose. And then the final layer is I am doing only one of those. So yes, this was a FOMO trade, but I would argue FOMOing wisely because my risk is oh so small from several different angles. Now, of course, if this thing goes kabooey, I'm going to be sitting here saying, man, why did I only do one? If this thing just all of a sudden rolls back over, I will be very pleased with my decision, right? Because that's just how hindsight works. How can MNQ be slower than NQ? They track, I mean, down P&L wise, this is what I mean by slower. The P&L is slower. So you're right, Dr. Zay. I just mean the P&L volatility, if I can call it that. That's what I mean by is slower. No. I am not in the pro account right now. Nope. Especially I'm trying to knock the rust off from vacation last week. Yeah, that's a fair point, Dr. Zay. I can always tell who the people know what they're doing because they're always like pointing that out, and it drives me nuts. But you're not wrong. They're not wrong to point it out because it is true. But to the new person, what I'm just trying to point out the profit, the P&L volatility. That's what I mean by one moves quicker than the other, is from a P&L standpoint. But I mean, like I said, as much as it drives me nuts, because you're not wrong, that's just not what I'm actually trying to convey. So I am in a FOMO trade right now because I the better trade again, and I'm hindsight trading right now. The better trade would have been to get down here around this trend line, and then I'd be already plenty in the green. So I kind of chased it on the way up, but I still like it enough where I mean, if we get some sort of breakout of this trend line right here, that could be great. Does anyone else blow on their screen to make the candle go up? I don't know. If I have not done so recently. Where's my stop? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I'm in 1 MNQ, okay? So this thing could drop 100 points against me and it'd be a $200 loss. And I'd be still green on the day. So I don't know where my stop is. Right now, I'm just FOMOing. I want to see if this wants to break out. So I want to give it a chance. Tyson, how easy to scale out of trades if I was in 4 contracts to sell 3? Very good. Very, very wise question, Tyson. So you're clearly not a beginner to trading. No problem at all. 4 contracts, no problem at all. Now, 400 contracts, okay. Might take a little bit more finessing. But 4 contracts, Tyson, no problem. No problem. Come on, break that line, brother. I go to a higher time frame to make the candle go. I go to a higher time frame to make the candle go up. There you go. There's the trick to trading right there. Sometimes I blow on the screen and yell for it to pop. I've been there before where I've yelled. Yep. I draw little rocket chicks. I like it. We're all sharing our tricks to how do we make the price go up. That's some good stuff. All right, well, right now the trend line is our nemesis. When it blowing on the candle, make it go out. Only for the candles were those type of candles. What MA do you use? Well, I use several MAs. Purple line is the 50 simple moving average. Green line is a 21 EMA. Pink line is the 200 SMA. Dotted yellow line is the VWAP. Oh, come on, you dirty rat. Look at that. This is where I don't like charts. The power of charts, the power of the trend line. Crazy. All right, well, I'll exit out of that. So I think I lost a whopping $4 in that one. Again, that was a total FOMO. FOMOing wisely, though. Trade is invalidated. Exit. I'm one step ahead of you, Dr. Zay. I am out. I am out. Well, I'll try to look at things on the bright side. At least I wasn't waiting for that trend line and then buy in the break. Because to be fair, it actually did poke its head oh so slightly above that area. So somewhere in the world, We know there's for sure at least one person that went long there, and they're probably not too happy right now. Although, to be fair to them, we don't know their trade plan. Maybe they have some wide stop because they have some sort of wide target. But man, that's a brutal move right there. I think you blew too hard. Yeah, somebody might have just put a little bit too much lung power into it. If I bought a take profit trader today, where would they have me trade at what? You get to choose, Tyson. So the way that it works is first step is you choose what purchasing power you want, and then after that they'll ask you what platform, and they offer all sorts of platforms. So the one that I'm using here and that you see is Tradovate, but they offer various ones too. I know a lot of people like TradingView, so you could use that, NinjaTrader. But yeah, the one that you see here is Tradovate. And the key dynamic and the nice thing is you do not need to go to Tradovate and create a separate account there. Once you sign up with the prop firm will go and create your account separately. And then they'll send you the login details. And then at that point, you would go to Tradovate and log in with the credentials that they give you. So it's actually very convenient because it's super annoying to have to create a bunch of accounts. But with the prop firm and Take Profit Trader, they'll create the account for you and then they'll send you the login information. Hey, thanks, Drew. Or is that? No, that's the second one you did, right? I think you did two $2 ones, or am I having a case of day? No, that's got to be the second one. Thank you. I watched a bunch of your videos around 2020 and learned a bunch. I didn't know you were live streaming. Yeah, Dr. Zay. I started live streaming probably about 5 months ago, although last week I was on vacation, so it makes sense why you would not have seen me last week. But yeah, I started live streaming it was by accident, which if you need a laugh, just go back in the archive and watch the first ever live stream. And you'll see me just clicking buttons and then being like, oh, whoa, well, hello, I guess people joined. And then things kind of just evolved from there. Do you have to pay for the Tradovate account? You do not. Nope, that is all that. So in the account, when you, again, assuming you just do the 50K, all that, including the live data, all that market data, all that is included in that price right there. Have you ever used TradingView to trade with them? I have not, Tyson. I like Tradovate. Is Tradovate perfect? No. But does a perfect broker, does a perfect platform exist? No. Do you trade SPY? I trade NQ and MNQ. Those are the two futures. My contracts of choice. I might try another FOMO trade here, see if we can finally get the breakout. Let's go for it. Okay, another wise FOMO, as I've explained. Very, very minimal risk. I don't feel like going through the 3 layers of risk again, but I know when people hear FOMO trade, they're like, that's bad. And it is bad, but that's why I'm doing it wisely. So this is a wise FOMO trade. Let's see if we can push up to at least that red line. Let's go some more up. Let's go up higher some more. Let's try right there. Again, I could be scalping out here, but hey, it's one MNQ, so let's live on the wild side. Do you prefer a time chart versus tick chart? Both. I've been watching. A lot of people have turned me into futures into the tick charts, so I actually watch both. Tyson, good question. What is up with it? It's kind of. There we go. Well, that was nice. So, now again, I was joking around this earlier, but I'm right back to this place. Why, oh why did I not go with like 15 NQs? Why didn't I FOMO with 15 NQs? It worked out beautifully. So I don't remember how much I lost on that. So I tried right here. I bought like here, came up here, dumped on me, so I had to get out. I tried again. That one worked. So again, just cut the losses. As annoying as it is, nobody likes to cut losses because cutting losses means two things. One, you have to admit to yourself you were wrong. And I mean, who wants to admit they were wrong? But two, it also means you're losing money. So Two very hard things to do, mentally speaking, but you can't have an ego as a trader. You gotta be able to say, you know what, I'm gonna be wrong from time to time. Therefore, you can cut the losses, and also just realize that if you do cut losses, you keep them small. Then all it takes one is to get the losses back plus some. For those of you that were here from the beginning, my first trade sent this down below $66. So at one point, this was down minus 66, and then I took another trade. And then that went up, like, I can't remember, up like $65. So again, I was wrong 50% of the time, yet I was still solidly in the green, because when you cut losses small and then you let winners win, things can work out. Hey, JJ, congrats. You are the king. Looking like you're ending on top. So congrats on your royal spot here as number one with the crown. Everybody show your majesty respect. Good afternoon, Clay. I just wanted to pop in and say thank you. I enjoy and find great value in your top stocks for the next day. Well, thank you, Stephen. Glad you're finding value in that. I appreciate it. Hopefully you decide to hang out on the live stream from time to time. But very kind of you. Always nice when people swing by to make that connection. All right. Yeah, I think I did pretty good in terms of where that target was. I couldn't scale out and then, let something work for me because I only had one contract. So that is always the downside of one contract. And really, I could FOMO wisely with 2 MNQs, especially on a day like today where it's not massively volatile. So I could have done that and then, took one off as profit and then moved my stop loss up as it went. But it is what it is. So close. Yeah, I'm not sure what was so close, Kyle. Maybe you meant. Oh, whoa! What a nasty little bugger! What a nasty little bugger! Well, if anybody took that short up around there, congrats. All right, I'm starting to get all these lines. I got to get rid of them all. House cleaning. There we go. We're starting afresh. Wow. Well, that's nasty. Crazy Chris. What trading is this? Futures or foreign? I'm learning. Great, Chris. Good to have you. This is futures that I'm doing. I think I'm assuming by forex you mean by foreign you mean forex. Yeah, no, yeah. This is future. Futures are way better than forex. In the category of day trading, futures so much better than forex. Now, if you like watching paint dry as a day trader, forex may be for you. But Clay, when things get crazy around the world, forex can really move. That is true. That is true, to be fair. But the vast majority of the time, forex is kind of like watching paint dry. It's only a 9-point pullback. That is true, but on a day like today, 9 points is a pretty big pullback. So relatively speaking, which is what matters, a 9-point pullback is actually pretty big. You know what I'm saying, Sam? You know what I'm saying, brother? How would you compare futures and forex in the context of swing trading? I don't know. I've done neither, Will. So I think futures would probably be a little bit more risky holding overnight because futures may have bigger swings. But a very good question. But I really that I can only speak from kind of a guessing standpoint because I've never swing trade futures or forex. Okay, something is looking goofy here. Now Kersherd is Kersherd and Carroll working together. Are these two bots or something? No, wait, Kersherd's not. She's been here before. Krishirt, you still haven't signed up for Take Profit Trade? You think they're out there? You think they are bots? I don't know. I think Krishirt has been here before. I don't know where the kids are at, Sam. Okay, yeah. All right, Krishirt. I thought I recognized the name. No, Krishirt's not a bot. Do you, Will Cook Sound? Are you a day trader already? Are you wanting to get into day trading, or are you just wanting to do swing trading? Because just as I'm not saying this is the case, but FYI, there is no pattern day trader rule. So if the reason why you think you need to swing trade is because, well, I don't have the 25,000, therefore I'm under the pattern day trader rule. Therefore, I only have 3 day trades every 5 days. That is not a concern in the world of futures because there's 0 pattern day trader rule. I've been waiting for you to come back from AK. Okay. Well, Krishirt, have you signed up with Take Profit Trader yet? Come on. You know the benefits. I trade micros. Okay. Yeah, that's... You can trade micros at Take Profit Trader. I have been waiting for Clay to... Thank you, Mikey, even though you're a scandalous guy. Yeah, the numbers definitely were not as strong as they've been in the past. Now, I realize it looks like they're strong, but we're under a bot attack. We've been under a bot attack for the past couple hours. But I could tell they weren't quite as strong, but I know that kind of comes with the territory. Live streaming, if you disappear for a week, it's going to hit you. But we'll try to claw some numbers back. Micro strategy. Oh, you mean the stock micro strategy? What is that? MSTR? Don't worry about it, Krishirt. Don't worry about it. The bot attack right now is the likes are very high and the viewers are very high, but it's not actually real. Some of it is real, but it's not entirely real because of the bot attack. But apparently the guy upset a month ago because I questioned his 99% win rate algorithm is still upset. Yeah, usually viewers, we're right around 200, give or take. I'm a beginner and just starting to learn about the different types of trading. I've been thinking about what style to begin with, but I think the best to learn is to start. Don't you get money though if that I have no idea. I have no idea. Oh, you haven't heard the story behind it, Casey? Maybe another time I'll tell the story of the bot guy. But yeah. What triggered it was basically somebody showed up claiming they had an algorithm that was basically a 99% win rate. I asked for further proof. I asked for them to prove it. They didn't. So then I banned them, and then they came back and threatened this. So they created a new... This mouse is going to be that. They came back, enjoying your likes. I will give you one chance to apologize to me for your rudeness and arrogance and make it count. And I was just, I tried to reason with them more, and then they came back and said something else about, I want you to beg or something like that. I was like, no, banned. And then from there, the rest is history. Yeah, I don't know. Well, let me put it this way. I'm not, because on my number, behind the scenes, YouTube knows they're fake. Because I always report the live streams. Hey, I got another bot attack. So YouTube is aware of it. So, but I can say my analytics behind the scenes can tell that they're not real. So because of that, I am assuming that I am not making more money because these bots are watching ads, because YouTube is aware, because I've reported it, that the bots are not real. So why they can't block the bots, I don't know. They're able to not allow the bots to skew the data on my end, but they're not able to apparently skew, like, I don't know. It seems like a little bit of, I'm not sure why they can't just automatically block the bot attacks from happening in the first place, but I don't know. No, yeah, I don't think it quite works like that. I get more. No, I don't know. Maybe the more views, it draws the algorithm to bring in more new people. I don't know. I don't know. From my understanding, is these people that you have to pay to buy views. So I'm not sure why this is just like this person is paying to. I don't know. It's all a very bizarre situation. Hmm. I smell shenanigans. Oh yeah, no, it is. Yeah, I don't know how that works. I don't know how that works on YouTube. Again, like I said, I can look at my numbers and I see the actual views, which tells me that they're not factoring in all these all the fake views. So I mean, if they know that they're fake, how are they not connecting that to just blocking the viewer or the bots in the first place? But I don't understand any of that stuff. So I am not a coder. I don't even know if that is a coding issue. I'm not in the world of IT. I'll put it that way. As a reminder, if you are interested in looking into the prop firm world and you are in the category of beginner, intermediate, or advanced prop firm traders, definitely give Take Profit Trader a try. They have the best payment policy, clean set of rules. You can request payments every single day in any amount you want, which is a big separator from other prop firms out there. Or maybe you already are a veteran prop firm trader and you're just saying, hey, Clay, I appreciate the live stream. How can I support it? Do you have a code? With who else? And you do use Apex. So if you, like I said, if you enjoy the live stream and you want to support it, use code Clay at checkout. And I've learned that I think people appreciate the transparency. So I'm just going to continue to be transparency. This all needs to be worth my time. Yes, I do it because I enjoy it. Yes, I do it because it's pretty fun to talk about people from around the world, shoot the breeze with people. But as a father of 6 kids, I also need to, if I'm going to pull away where are we at now? Almost 4 hours and 20 minutes. If I'm going to pull that out of my day, it does need to have the is it worth my time component to it. So there is still the business component to it. So if you want to help make it worth my time, then using code Clay at either Take Profit Trader or Apex, helps assist in that manner. So I wish I could say that I'm doing this all out of the goodness of my heart, but I'm not. I got to be a responsible husband and father. If I'm going to take this much time away from my family, again, it's got to be worth my time. And if that rubs you the wrong way, I guess so be it. But that is the transparency behind it. So, like I said, if you enjoy, you want to support the live stream, then either of these prop firms use code Clay, and the link for Take Profit Traders right at the top of the screen, also pinned in the chat box. So, I'm going to go ahead and call it good. And like I said, we're almost at 4 hours and 20 minutes. But I will be back tomorrow at 6 kids. Our Apex and Take Profit Trade, yes, they are the ones that I have affiliate code. So if you use code Clay on either of those, you'll get the current promotion. So I mean, it is a win-win. You're getting the current promotion, you're getting discounts, you're getting all the deals that they're offering. So it's not like you don't get anything out of it. But that is a way to, outside of super chats and stuff like that, that is a way to make the live stream worth my time, is to use code Clay. Now, if you want to support somebody else, that's totally fine, no problem at all. But if you do like what you see here, then like I said, code Clay helps in that regard. So I will see everybody back tomorrow. Again, 11 a.m. Eastern, I will be here. So everybody take care. Have a good one. And until tomorrow, trade smart and man.